these crazy numbers. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today we are going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Boy, oh boy, are we shooting for the stars today, because today we are going to be looking at this famous painting by Raphael, arguably his most famous piece, maybe his most accessible artwork of all, the one with maybe the fewest figures in it, and even then, because of the complexity of Raphael's work, I still am simplifying it to two paintings. This painting featuring the famous Putti, or the angels, and this version here that I'm going to do in a separate episode of the Madonna and Christ Child together here. So this is the original painting, but there's quite a lot going on here. Even just the curtains themselves could take us a little bit of time. And then these two figures flanking the Madonna. There's a lot going on, so I'm splitting this into two pictures and removing the two figures on the sides. Raphael was one of the greatest artists of all time. Some would say even maybe perhaps the greatest. And he was such an important figure that when he died unexpectedly in 1520, many people consider that his death being literally the death of the Renaissance as it was known up until that moment. And that with Raphael's death, there also went the Renaissance, which is, that's saying something, that really probably the greatest blossoming of intellectual, creative energy, perhaps of all time, ends when Raphael dies. So we are going to make a version of this painting. We're going to begin today with the Putti, little angels observing the Madonna and Child emerging from the clouds here. And so let's get right into it. Wow, look at all the people in the chat. That's awesome. Okay, let's just look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to get the image on the canvas. I'll show you how to find that and how to get it onto a canvas to get started. We're going to stain it. That's called the Imprimatura. Then we're going to talk a little bit about Raphael's biography. I'm going to split this into two. We're going to talk maybe about the early half of his life. And it was a short life anyway, but we'll talk about his sort of youth today. Then we'll probably do a little bit underpainting. We're going to do a bit of work in the background, because all those clouds. Background, foreground. I just think if I can get this done in 5 hours, I would be laughing. So today might be a little bit of a longer one, so don't feel like you gotta stick around for the whole thing. It might be here by the time you wake up if you're tuning in on the other side of the planet right now. And as always, if you can do me a huge favor and like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. 70% of the people watching right now, well, maybe not right now, because many of you who are watching live are already subscribers, but people who watch these episodes after they've aired, 70% of them aren't subscribers. And it would transform my life if even just half of those people subscribe to the channel, and that helps with the algorithm and gets more people able to see the work. So that's something you could do for free to help support this channel, and so that I have motivation to continue doing this. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5 through PayPal, through the Super Chat, send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. If you want to get my email, it's on the Facebook group and on my personal website. All those links are down below. And I highly recommend the Facebook group to join. It's just like 1,200 or so people on there right now. It's pretty amazing. Grew out totally organically out of these episodes. So it's a great place to post your work, get feedback, and once a month I go through there and offer feedback on everything that's on there, including whether it's something you did in class or something of your own, or even if you're doing the drawing classes that I did 2-3 years ago. I'm still giving people feedback on all those artworks. So let's jump right into this here. So our first step is to do an image transfer, to get an image on the screen or on the canvas or paper or glass or however you want to paint this, t-shirt perhaps, backpack, fingernails, tattoo, I guess, perhaps. So you could draw this and you could just eyeball it if you wanted. But if you want a little bit of a leap forward and you feel a little bit less confident, then you can use the templates that I've provided here. There's a Dropbox link in the description below. Click on that Dropbox link. You're going to see at the very top here, here's the resources to get started with painting, buying paint, and mixing a simple color wheel. The next, I don't know, 100 folders here are for paintings that are a little bit easier. Some of them a little, maybe miscategorized here. Some of them I was like, oh, actually this is a little harder than I thought. But then in the next 150 folders, I don't know, maybe there's more than that here, you have, including Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, two of the great rivals to Raphael, here, as well as lots of Picasso and Van Gogh and all the big heavy hitters here. Where are we? We are way down this list. Sonia Delaunay, Kandinsky, Warhol, de Kooning, Duchamp, Bonnard, William Blake, Hiroshige, and Raphael, 164. So you'll see there's 6 files in here. There's the 2 original images, or well, I guess my photoshopped version of them to simplify this process, as well as the outlines in JPEG format and PDF format, whatever is easier for you to print. So you just download those images, and oh, what's going on here? And then print those out on your inkjet printer at home. And I'm just wondering, did everybody see? Huh, I just realized that wasn't centered. Okay, so let's get started here. Okay. So the first thing is I'm going to paint on a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. Same thing. I mean, yeah, basically the same thing. These ones, I like this brand. I've ordered them off of Amazon for the past couple of years. I like them. They're higher quality, certainly, than the ones you get at the dollar store, and I think they're comparable to the ones that you might buy at your local art supply store. They come out to about $2 or less a piece, depending on what country you're in, but you usually buy them in a set of 12 for like 25 bucks or so, as opposed to buying the ones for $1 at the dollar store. Then I take it out of the plastic, because it usually comes pre-wrapped and pre-gessoed. I give it a sanding with 100 grit sandpaper, just a light sanding. Then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of the surface, let that dry overnight, and then sand it down with some 220 grit sandpaper. Just stapled to a block like this, a little 2x4, sand it across, and I get this really nice smooth surface. It's not perfectly smooth. If I wanted it even smoother, I could add another layer of gesso, sand it, maybe even another one, and then you get it like a super smooth paper-like kind of quality. For me, one or 2 layers of gesso is usually good enough. I don't want it, or I don't need it to be like super slick. Especially when we're doing detail like this today, the smoother the canvas, the easier, unless you're painting on a much larger surface. Because just think that canvas it's fabric, right? It's got a weave. If you're trying to paint into that weave, I always make the comparison to buttering a pancake versus buttering a waffle. Right? If you're buttering a pancake, you take a little bit of butter and you just spread it all over, and that's no problem. You're buttering a waffle, you get like a little bit, and then you go, okay, I gotta get some more, because it keeps getting stuck in all of those little pockets of the waffle. Same sort of thing with painting on a non-gessoed canvas that has a lot of texture. But hey, to each his own. There's some people that love painting on really textured surface. Not me, but... And then here's the outline for the next episode in this series on Raphael. Or Raphael, as I've heard him sometimes pronounced as. Okay. Use some blue tape today. My green tape is upstairs. I was doing some crafts with my daughter recently. Okay, come on. So, since this has a little bit of a straight edge, I just want to see. It's not a big deal. I don't know if I did anything. Yeah, okay, let's... Okay, I think that's closer. For me, it's always like those straight lines when it's so bold and dramatic and part of like it's kind of important to kind of get it as straight as possible, at least for people who are really anal retentive like me, because if it's not, it's just going to drive me absolutely bonkers personally. Okay, so once I've got that taped on there, I'm going to use some graphite transfer paper. I know this says carbon transfer paper. They are different things, but do exactly the same thing and are almost exactly the same, but they're different. But for all intents and purposes, for our purposes, you can use graphite transfer paper. You can see also, I can use this many, many times over, right? Because as long as there's still some graphite on there, unless you're doing a really detailed composition, that should be good enough. Oh, and there's my mom in the chat. Hi, Mom. Love you, Mom. Merry Christmas, Mom. Well, I mean, this is a painting kind of about motherhood, right? It's the Mary with her newborn baby. I think probably a good soundtrack, besides the one that was written, that you're listening to in the background, written by my good friend Sam Davidson and his alter ego known as Skim Milk. Probably the thing that I would be listening to if I was allowed, due to copyright reasons, would be the ABBA Christmas album, which I think is my mom's favorite album. I think that's been in her car. It's in the car all year round. It's not played all year round, but you know, you never know when a Christmas might break out and we might need to put on the ABBA Christmas album. Or not. Is it? No. Boney M, sorry. You never know when Christmas might break out and you might need a emergency Boney M session going on. I don't know. I've heard that album a million times, and it's not until I hear some Boney M Christmas songs it doesn't really quite feel like Christmas. That and Roger Whittaker, that's the other one that used to get played a lot in my family's house. What Christmas albums do you listen to? Do you have a favorite? Is there one that's a big part of your family's Christmas celebrations? I used to work at a record store ages ago, and I can't remember what it was. There was a number of different Christmas albums we used to play. There was the Beach Boys Christmas. There was that one that has all those kind of pop songs on it. Like Wham! Last Christmas. I remember listening to that one over and over for years at Christmas time. It's a good idea. I should have done this, just showed you earlier, just to double check as you're doing this that, oh yes, that I do have the carbon paper right side up, because sometimes even I forget to put it in the right direction, and I spend 10 minutes tracing out the lines only to discover that I've got it all backwards this whole time. Have been pressing kind of hard on the carbon paper. I'll show you what effect that has here in a moment. Ah! I was supposed to do that. So, I think that's good. Do I have all the lines I need? Yeah, I think it's good enough. Deborah says, Rick tries to avoid Christmas music and need to test the Little Drummer Boy. He does like the Bare Naked Ladies Christmas album, especially the song where the elves go on strike. Interesting. Bare Naked Ladies Christmas album. I don't know if I've heard that. That's a good tip. It's nice to have something a little bit different, because yeah, I think we all tend to put on the same Christmas songs over and over and over again, and it can wear a little thin. Okay. So we've got our image on the canvas now. That's great. You know, this is such an iconic image. These little angels, or Putti, as they're actually referred to, that most people don't even realize this is a Raphael painting. So we'll get into that here in a moment as we talk about his work. Oh, look at all the comments here. There's Chase and Jeannie and Senga, Hast, Kathy, Judith, Emerson, Deborah, my mom, Lisa. Wow, everybody's here. Abdullah. So let me see. Just see if there's anybody has a question here. Deborah says, Michael, I'm so happy that you're doing this. Deborah says, I think I will paint this later, but replace the faces with my grandkids. That's awesome. Judith says, Boney M is classic Christmas. And Lisa says, Michael Bublé's Christmas CD. Yes, Michael Bublé, he's great. I like Michael Bublé a lot. He also kind of has a nice, good sense of humor about himself. Pentatonics. Oh, that's good. That's all, it's like a cappella, right? If I recall. Pentatonic. Like they make all of the, it's not just the singing in a cappella. I think they kind of make the sounds of the music as well with their voices. Judith says, used to have the Time Life collection that had the best of everyone. Judith says, have you ever heard of Whamageddon? So funny. The goal is to avoid hearing Last Christmas sung by Wham. Good luck. Good luck trying to avoid Wham's Last Christmas. I don't know if that's possible. You'd have to, like, hide in your house under the covers from about the end of October to even a little bit into January. Some people still have that album on rotation. That's great. That's Whamageddon. I like that. Okay, so let's move on. Next step is to stain the canvas with a little bit of color, and lots of artists don't like forgo this step today more than any time ever in human history. I think it's still important, and you can bet Raphael would have done something like this, because this Imprimatura technique was really popularized during the time of Raphael by people like his older mentor, Leonardo da Vinci. So let's just take a look at the kind of materials we're going to use, the paint and the palette that we're going to use. So what I like to use here is what's called a split primary palette, and that means we take the so-called 3 primary colors and split them in half into their warm and cool components. So therefore we got 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues, plus white and black. Although we can mix a black with just those 6 colors, or with just 3 of those 6 colors, really. So I recommend doing that, if only just to practice a little bit and get to know how colors actually work when they're mixed together. But certainly you could buy a tube of black paint. I've done, what, over 300 and, you know, nearly, well, probably about 350 paintings. Some of these episodes got a few paintings in them. So I've done about 350 of these paintings, and probably maybe 30 of them actually use black out of the tube. Most of the time I'm mixing my own black, so you don't really need to buy black. But some, as we'll see here, some paints you may want to get a tube of black, or just get a different brand altogether. So this is the brand I like to use. I'm not sponsored or paid by them. No one gave me a penny of free supplies. No one flew me to Barbados or Jamaica to treat me so that I would promote this paint, although, hey, if anybody's listening. But I'm about to probably use this Azo Yellow Deep, my warm yellow. That's something I've been doing for almost all of these episodes. Traditionally, artists would use a rusty red, a brownish red, or even a bit more of an orangey color. But I like this. It's just a little bit on the more saturated, brighter side of things, colors, but I like that kind of glowy, warm red, sunset, golden hour kind of quality. Anyway, these are the paints I would use if I was using Amsterdam. I'm just going to flip through a whole bunch of other paints here. You could use golden. You can, like, for instance, this tube of golden here is twice the price of this tube and has 1/5 the amount of paint, because this is 59 millimeters, this is 250 millimeters. So much higher quality paint. But will most people realize it? Probably not. And I always think it's better to use cheaper paint when you're beginning, so that the stakes feel lower. Here's Lascaux, Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, M. Graham & Co., Acrylic, Buzz, Holbein, Dyler Rowney, Krilla, Nova Color, Gvartzmans, Chromacolor, Sennelier, Montmartre, Triart, Riotech, Natural Earth Paint, Desir's Dacryl Collegial, Faber-Castell, Stedler, Opus, Acrylicos Valeos, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supplies, Derwent, Mary's, otherwise known as Shanghai Paint, Fevicryl, but I'm not the biggest fan, and I don't recommend Museum Color out of Toronto nor Peebo. And Peebo is actually quite a major brand, but both of these paints put way too much titanium white as a filler in their paint, and and some of these other ones I mentioned before may also do the same as well, but these ones I've used personally, so I can attest that they're not really great for this particular system. If you're painting a lot of pastel colors, like maybe more impressionist paintings, yeah, this might be okay. You might be able to get away with it. Just know that you won't be able to mix your own black. You'll have to buy black. But the Impressionists rarely used black anyway, so you could probably get away with them. They're, this Peebo paint is the same price as this Amsterdam, so you're getting, I think, an inferior paint for the same amount of money. So that's why I always say it's a good idea if you buy new paint is to go and mix a color wheel before you get started with that paint, so you can see as plainly in front of your eyes. You don't have to take my word for any of this stuff, what those colors look like when they're mixed. And if you start noticing, wow, everything looks kind of, a little bit, I can't get the bright colors that you get, Michael. What's going on? Well, it probably means that brand put way too much white in there as a filler. And most paints do. The cheaper the paint, the more filler you're going to get in there, just like the difference between a $20 hamburger at the nicest restaurant in town and a 59-cent hamburger at McDonald's, right? You're not going to expect that the quality is going to be the same. There's going to be a little bit of, I don't know, well, I don't even want to say because I'll get sued. But, yeah, anyway. So we can take this paint and, in fact, maybe just before I get started, let's just do a quick little double check and see what Raphael would have done here. So, one of the things that when I'm looking at this painting, you can really see the texture of the canvas. So at the time Raphael's making this painting in the early 1500s, canvas is a relatively new surface. It's been around, people were painting on canvas for probably thousands of years, but it really took on popularity maybe late 1300s. So, because artists were moving away from painting on walls, fresco painting, of which Raphael did do some maybe one of his most famous paintings, The School of Athens, was a fresco, but artists were either doing fresco paintings or mural paintings, painting on panels, wood panels, or making designs which would be used for tapestries. And it's interesting that Raphael did all of that, including printmaking and architecture. This was your true Renaissance man, at least in art terms. Maybe not as fully. He didn't have his hands in every pot, maybe like Leonardo did in science and math and medicine and anatomy, but probably more fingers in art pots than Leonardo himself did. So anyway, just looking at this, I see the texture of the canvas is actually quite pronounced. Because it's still relatively new technology at the time. But you can really see this kind of yellow appearing through the clouds, when we really look at it. Now, it is possible somebody might say, that's not the Imprimatura, that's the varnish. That's the varnish that has yellowed and aged on the surface in order to protect the painting. that might be possible too. That it could very well be what we see here. It's very hard to really say. Either way, I think using the yellow Imprimatura, as I like to do, seems like it's going to be perfect for this type of painting. So let's get right into that. And the reason I just wanted to show that is so that, first of all, you could see that I'm not just totally crazy, although that may not assuage anybody's suspicions of my sanity. But also, sometimes I have done something a little bit different when I've looked at an image like that and gone, oh, you know what? Maybe we want to do like a red or a green or a blue Imprimatura instead. Okay. So I've got there about half and half paint to water, maybe a little, maybe 60% paint to water. And this is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. Some people do it all the time and are constantly dipping their paintbrush into the paint. There's no law against it. You can certainly do it, but it's not recommended, and it might be unnecessary, and in fact there's probably alternatives that are superior to water. I'd say if you can't afford anything else besides water, then of course go right to it. But once you can afford an extra like $10 to get some medium that you could mix into there, that would be better. And I'm going to be using lots of medium here, glazing fluid as we go, in order to get that sfumato technique that we'll talk about here, popularized by Raphael's hero, Leonardo da Vinci, who was alive and working simultaneous to Raphael. Although Leonardo was about 40 years older than the younger artist Raphael. So I'm going back and forth both ways as a way of just helping ensure that this paint is evenly staining the surface. Because as I said, it's a textured surface. As much as I've sanded it, there's still that weave in there, and I want to make sure that the paint gets into any parts of the weave. That's another reason why I like to use white, or water, sorry. The only reason I add water in here as opposed to just using anything else is the water's going to really help seep into anything. It bleeds out. It stains the surface because gesso is basically plaster powder and acrylic medium. And so, you know, it's just like if you break your arm, you could probably put gesso on it if you were, I don't know, if you had to, if this was like an episode of The Walking Dead or something, and somebody broke their leg, and you happen to find yourself in an artist's studio and you don't have any plaster bandages, you could conceivably find some fabric, dip it into gesso, and wrap it around someone's broken limb in order to set their bone. It wouldn't be ideal, but if you are trying to heal while you're hiding from zombies, probably gesso would be a pretty good alternative. Although let's hope it doesn't come to that. Rick says, Michael, you mentioned 3 of the 4 Ninja Turtles, Raphael, Leonardo, Michelangelo, but you forgot Donatello. That's a good point. Well, I can talk about Donatello briefly, although Donatello, well, let's get there. I mean, it is funny. I often mention, whenever I mention those, I talk about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I think there's maybe a good reason why the authors, Laird and Eastman, who are the creators of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, chose these Renaissance figures. Okay, so let's. Actually, well, do I want to do anything else while we're right here? I think I'm probably good. I was gonna say, maybe should we do work on that background at all? And I'm like, well, no, I think we're good. Okay, let's take a little sip of tea here. Who doesn't like tea? Okay, get my mat ready. I'm gonna be standing on for a while tonight. Now that we've got our image transferred onto the canvas and we put some warm yellow there as an Imprimatura, let's talk a little bit about who Raphael was and why he is so important, why he was, given one of the largest funerals in, during the entire Renaissance. Like, why did people fall in love with him so much? So, and maybe why is he lesser known today? Why is it that people don't know that Raphael painted these angels? Right? What happened over the past 500 years to cause that? So, again, here's just a little bit of encouragement to join the Facebook group. Here, for every episode, I post a little bit of a bio, just kind of giving people a preview and the link to the Dropbox folder. Sometimes people want to print it out earlier on and do the outlines ahead of time. Let's go ahead and check this out here. Victoria did my portrait in there. That is pretty cool. Wow, great job, Victoria. I love it. Okay, so let's start right here. Oh, by the way, I've donated to Wikipedia every year over the past decade. You don't have to, but I love Wikipedia. Obviously, you've seen me use it in many of these episodes. Take it for a grain of salt. Sometimes there are things that are incorrect there, but it's all done through volunteer efforts to keep this thing up and running. But it's, they need big servers because it's like one of the most visited websites. Anyway, so Raphael Sanzio, or Raphael Santi, or just known primarily as Raphael, or Raphael, was certainly one of the top 5 greatest Italian artists of the Renaissance, specifically the High Renaissance, and we'll get into the different Renaissances, along with Leonardo, Michelangelo, Giorgione, and Titian. So Giorgione and Titian would be maybe lesser known artists, maybe by the general public, and they also were northern Italian artists. Whereas even though Michelangelo and Leonardo did spend time in northern Italy, they predominantly spent most of their careers in Rome, as well. I guess Raphael was only there for about 12, 14 years or so at the end of his life. But, anyway. So, what a fascinating individual. And an individual that has at times been considered to be the greatest living artist, and then an artist who sort of fell into relative obscurity, and then was sort of re-embraced and then disappeared again. And I think we're probably right now on the lower end of things, where Raphael might be considered to be one of the maybe more underappreciated artists in history at this moment. I think when we look back, people may only be really familiar with Raphael because he was named, or one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was named after him, which I think kind of says something, you know, that most people would be like, Raphael, that's one of the Ninja Turtles, but I honestly have no idea what he did. And probably most people would also say the same thing about Donatello, right? Most people don't need any help knowing who Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo was. But there's a reason why Raphael has been maybe one of those artists that has dipped and risen in popularity over the centuries. And that was also happening during his lifetime. So, let's see. So Raphael is born in a relatively small town at the time called Urbino. And let's just zoom out here. So at the time Raphael was born, Italy is, like a lot of places in Europe, broken into hundreds, if not thousands, of these tiny little city-states. Little city, like pretty much you don't have countries for the most part as we know them today. So like Italy as we know it today is really very new, like less than 100 years old. Prior to that, Italy was in these like provinces or states. You know, you'd have little areas, and each one would have, you know, like their own kind of king or duke. And so here we have Urbino here towards the east coast of Italy. You see you have Rome all the way down here, Naples, and Florence, and eventually this is where Raphael spends kind of his early important period in Florence. So just kind of giving you a little bit of heads up. So really, for the most part, he spends his time between these three places. If we were to try to map out his life, maybe the first 12 years of his life would be in Urbino, then in Florence for the next 10 years of his life, and then the last 10, 12 years of his life in, Rome down here. Okay, so Raphael is, he's born into a very creative family. His father was the official court painter for the Duke of Urbino. So his father, Giovanni Santi, was the official court painter, which meant that he spent a lot of time in the king's palace, or the duke's palace, right? You may recognize the Duke of Urbino from this very famous painting by, is that Piero della Francesca? Yeah. So these dukes basically answered directly to the Pope, and so these dukes were kind of spread out into their little city-states, but those little city-states were often at war with one another, and so they were, they all had their own little kind of fortified castle-like structures surrounded by peasants who'd work out in the fields, and each one of those dukes kind of competed to outdo one another, not just on the battlefield, but also in terms of the creativity and art that they were able to display. And so if there was an artist within that community who was any good, they would really be sort of, what would you call it, like highlighted and trained and showcased as a kind of like, this is what our people are capable of doing. This region of Italy, look who we got here. We got Raphael here. He's one of the best, and it's not too different than, you hear, a band come out of Vancouver or Toronto or New York or Las Vegas, and people are like, oh, that's a great Las Vegas band, and everyone who lives in Las Vegas is like, yeah, the Killers, they're a great band. Or, Broken Social Scene, great Toronto band, and so on and so forth, right? You would have that same kind of thing where one kind of area would really kind of push their artists as a way of like showing some kind of pride and maybe even dominance over another region. So Urbino, though, was relatively small. Like, even to this day on the map, it's, not a big city. So what that meant is that because it was a smaller community, the court painter, Raphael's father, had probably more access to the Duke than maybe, let's say, dukes in bigger places like Florence or Naples or Venice, which are much larger, areas that had lots of, shipping, a lot like that were ocean or seaside communities where there's a lot of traffic and there's a lot more people. In Urbino, Raphael would spend time inside the Duke's palace. They would be official dinners, and it's not a big community, so you would probably have the court painter over for dinner on a relatively frequent basis, something that would be much less common had his father been a court painter in Florence, as I said. Because in that instance, the court painter would just be one of hundreds of kind of craftspersons and intellectuals in the community, and they may only ever talk to the Duke maybe once or twice a year. So that is really important because Raphael kind of grows up and he's surrounded by the elite people within Urbino. And so he really sees how these, how the protocols that exist within kind of essentially royal families work. Going to the extent of like knowing how to eat dinner, which fork to use, which spoon to use when, and when to get up, and how to behave around these the most important, powerful figures of at the time. And so that is an incredible education that comes into play later on in Raphael's life. Arguably one of the most important things he uses, because later on Raphael is able to kind of parlay his both his talent and his skill, but also his social skills into acquiring commissions by many of the most important figures in all of Italy. And that is something that, of course, creates a great deal of suspicion and jealousy amongst the other artists in eventually Rome, like Leonardo and Michelangelo, who are kind of like, who is this guy? So anyway, Raphael shows an interest in art from a young age. No surprise, because his father is probably considered to be the greatest painter of his time in Urbino. Right, so his father, shares with him some skills and knowledge. His father's also a poet, so teaches him how to read and write. And although it's debated whether Raphael knew Latin, or at least was probably not, he didn't really have a formal education in that sense. He was mostly trained to be an artist from a quite young age. Unfortunately, his mother passes away when he's just 8 years old. His father soon remarries afterwards. And then his father passes away when Raphael's aged 11. And so very soon after, Raphael is just this young kid and he's orphaned. It's believed that his stepmother kind of helped take care of him, as well as Raphael's uncle. But he's kind of now a little bit on his own, right? Like the core members of his family are gone. And so he is given the difficult task of basically taking on the management of his father's studio after his father dies. So if we go back 500 years ago, an artist was like a small business. It wouldn't be, it's too crazy to consider an artist back in the day like a small restaurant owner. You would have the owner, and then you might have some people in the family helping out. You'd hire a few different people. Like we're talking like with Raphael's father, probably a studio of maybe 5 or 6 people, 10 people, maybe at the most, doing various different kinds of things for the Duke. You know, like there'd be obviously like paintings of the Duke and the Duke's family, but also like just decorations. You know, anytime a room needs to be renovated, somebody's painting murals on the walls. And because this is back in the day, like every wall had to be covered with something. Like unlike today, you know, when you move into a new house and you just immediately paint the walls all white, and it's back in the, you know, 500 years ago, that would be horrible. You'd be like, oh, look at this place. It's all white walls. Oh, it's so gross. It's so empty, right? And then you put furniture in, but like, what about the walls? Oh, you're just going to hang little posters on there? Why aren't you going to paint them and put flowers and things and paint the ceiling? It just seems so plain and boring. Right, so you have like this crew of people who are on standby to do anything that the Duke wants, right? Anytime there's, you know, a big important dinner or festival, there's artists who are doing decorating for it, but also documenting it with paintings. Remember, this is before photography, so, you know, if the Duke invites someone, maybe like the Pope or, you know, someone from Florence to come, well, they would put on a big show, and they would document it with some paintings to be like, look, this is back, you know, 2 years ago when we had so-and-so came and visited, and here's a portrait of them, and here's a couple portraits of them, you know, watching the performances the musicians put on, and here's a couple paintings of them with the big feast, and so on. Here's a painting of just the food that we had. So there was a lot of work, right? But it was a fairly, you know, it's a smaller workshop than maybe other artists might have had. But anyway, after Giovanni Santi, Raphael's father, passes away, Raphael and his stepmother are kind of tasked with keeping the business afloat. And, you know, that's a lot of responsibility for, you know, a kid to take on. So how much he was actually in direct control managing that, it's hard to really say. But it was still the family business, so I'm sure, you know, he would have had some role to play, or at least been kind of observing his mother managing this crew. But that also becomes really important because one of the things Raphael becomes most known for, and both for positive and negatives, is his managerial skills and his business acumen. So after his father passes away, and it's hard to know at what point this happens, but he's studying painting probably from his father originally, and then his father would probably, rather than have him study directly under him, would kind of pass him off to another, you know, maybe slightly lesser artist in the community. So he studies with Pietro Perugino, who was another great artist of the time, the Umbrian master. And there's definitely, as it goes on, debate as to who painted some of these paintings that Perugino has been was known for. That some people, is that a Raphael? Is that a Perugino? We're not really sure, because artists would often paint, you know, the apprentice would often paint on the master's painting. And so defining who did what is difficult. But there's some contemporary accounts that would say that, you know, by the time Raphael is about 15, 16, 17 years old, the two artists, Perugino and Raphael, you could put their paintings that they made entirely separately side by side on a wall, and people weren't able to tell the difference between them, who did what, which is really saying something. By the time Raphael is 17 years old, he achieved the recognition as a quote-unquote master. That's pretty darn good, because usually an artist might have to spend at least another decade probably in order to attain that level of kind of quote-unquote certification, right? Essentially, by becoming a master, you're good enough to run your own studio, right? Because until you're up until that point, you're considered an apprentice and you're working in someone else's studio. And then when you're good enough that you're maybe doing stuff better than the master of that studio, then you kind of graduate, this is again before art school, and establish your own studio. And so Raphael does that at the young age of 17, and many of his earliest paintings become quite sought after. He's kind of making a name for himself, because people are like, what, this kid? He's already a master? How did that happen? Oh, it's Santi's kid. Wow, he's really doing good. He's even better than his father, right? So here's one of Raphael's father's paintings. And this is a pretty good painting, but it's also a little bit stiff. And, this is also coming out of the medieval period of painting where things are, well, how would you say? Maybe often proportions are maybe, I don't want to say awkward, but just there isn't there isn't as much of a desire or need or importance placed on proportions when described. So often you see like medieval paintings, people's bodies are elongated, maybe very unnaturally so. Some people are, taller or shorter, even though they might be standing right in front or behind each other or side by side, because this is a time before geometric perspective, and that really changes everything, where everything starts becoming way more photographic. And I think I've talked about this many, many times before, so I won't go into those differences. But you see, that's one of his father's paintings. And then this is a painting that he made sometime around, between, that's a big gap of time. But this is considered to be one of his earlier portraits. And, kind of objectively, this is a better painting than his father's painting. And it's made probably around the same time as his father. So it's like, wow. I mean, like, even just like his coat here. I mean, look at this weird, beautiful patterning. That's wild. Like that, I would love to wear that jacket. I find those things crazy. You're like, wow, look at that. Like, this is something someone could wear to a nightclub right now, and that's over 500 years old, 550 years old. Anyway, it shows how little things have changed. This is probably maybe his first major big painting, this commission for a chapel in Perugino. And so we see here some of the influence of an artist like Leonardo, especially kind of, I would say, even there's a lot of influence here, but maybe particularly in the background. We see this kind of background in like the Last Supper and the Mona Lisa, even though those paintings were, well, I guess painted around the same time. Now, it's unlikely that Raphael would have seen those paintings at this time on anyway, but word would have been spreading, and there would have been a lot of people kind of aping Leonardo's style all over the place. So even if at this point in time he had not seen Leonardo's paintings, he was aware of them, and he had read, I'm sure, descriptions of them, and people would have told him things. But this is like, all of a sudden you're like, wow, that's pretty darn good for like a, 20-year-old kid to be cranking these paintings out. Let's oh, this is another one I love. I'm going to do this painting at some point here, the St. George and the Dragon. This motif of St. George and the Dragon has been done many times throughout art history. It's probably one of the most covered artworks, I would say. St. George, obviously there's probably, like The Last Supper would be a big one, like Madonna and Child, like the painting we're doing today. But St. George and the Dragon is a particularly important image that reoccurs. Every artist, I think, around this time is Paolo and Botticelli, and who are some of the other ones? I mean, everyone is at Fra Angelico at some point took their turns trying to describe this myth, because it's kind of this pretty cool image of this guy fighting a dragon, right? So there's lots of fun opportunities to play and do your own version of what this beast would look like. Okay, so another thing with Raphael is at this sort of young age, in his early, like he's 17 years old. By that point, he's now considered to be a master, and he's getting commissions from all over kind of northern and central Italy, and doing a lot of traveling and setting up and painting for, maybe 4 or 5 months in one place, and then moving to another place, painting there. And gives him an opportunity to paint in these different communities, and often to kind of study alongside some of the other important artists of this time. So one of the places that he goes to and spends kind of his it's not his formative years, but what would you call that? After he sort of started to establish himself, he moves from the small community of Urbino to Florence. And Florence, still to this day, is considered maybe one of the actual ground zero for the Renaissance. Part of that is because of the Medicis in Florence were very powerful. They were the bankers for the Pope, so they had a lot of money, a lot of power, and they were very ahead of their time, very cosmopolitan, very into literature and philosophy and science and medicine. And so some of the people that kind of were in the circle of the Medici family in Florence were people like Leonardo and Michelangelo, Botticelli, Machiavelli, and Galileo. I mean, that's a pretty good lineup of figures who were all hanging around in the Medici's palace at the same time. And so shortly after that group has kind of disbanded and moved around, many of them have now been brought to Rome by the Pope, who's like, wow, you got a good thing going on there. You got to come to the big leagues down here in Rome. So by the time Raphael comes to Florence, those big artists have left town, and thinkers have left town, or Galileo might have been imprisoned by that time for heresy, for saying that the universe does not revolve around the Earth, right? And the Earth is not flat. Things that some people believe still to this day, funnily enough. But when he gets to Florence, there's a lot of artwork by people like Leonardo and Michelangelo on display in Florence. Particularly, one of the things that Raphael does many drawings of is the statue of David carved by Michelangelo. Remember, Michelangelo saw himself as a sculptor, not as a painter, right? And we talked about that when we did our painting of the Sistine Chapel last year, whenever that was, right? So Michelangelo was a sculptor like Donatello. Donatello, one of the other Ninja Turtles, was a sculptor. Donatello was sort of in the previous generation and considered to be kind of in the early Renaissance period, whereas Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael are of the high Renaissance period. Donatello being probably the greatest artist of the early Renaissance. Anyway, Raphael. So Raphael sees some of these great works by Michelangelo. He's really influenced by the really dynamic compositions and complex arrangements of figures that Michelangelo has in his images, which, you know, if you've ever gone to the Vatican and gone into the Sistine Chapel, well, there's certainly the ceiling is quite powerful. You know, the famous images of God and man touching fingers. Remember, we did that painting. But there's also kind of this huge mural on one of the walls that Michelangelo also painted called The Last Judgment. And that painting is it's a gorgeous, gigantic painting. Let's see. It's worth just sort of pointing it out because this is the kind of thing that Michelangelo had started to be tasked with doing, is these just, I mean, I don't know how many figures would be in a painting like this, like 100, maybe more people just jammed in. Like when you look into the painting up close, I mean, look at all these figures, just hundreds of them layered over top of one another. So that's one of the things that Raphael kind of takes from Michelangelo, is just the complex arrangement, really, and dynamic poses of figures he takes from Michelangelo. Michelangelo's only 8 years older than Raphael, so they're essentially contemporaries of the same generation, right? And that leads to probably one of the greatest rivalries in art history that is only maybe topped by Picasso and Matisse. That's another great artist rivalry. Pop art and abstract expressionists movement like Warhol and Pollock, although I mean they didn't have many interactions with one another. In a way, Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo, they were husband and wife at one point, but also kind of had a bit of an artistic rivalry. I'm sure there's hundreds of them if I really look into it, but that rivalry between Raphael and Michelangelo was pretty intense, and that later is why I think even to this day Raphael might not be as well known as Michelangelo. Anyway, so Raphael sees some of Michelangelo's work, falls in love with that, but the artist that he is just mostly attracted to is Leonardo, because there's a lot of Leonardo stuff in Florence, many of which is sort of in various states of completion, because Leonardo was kind of famously bad at finishing things. But one of the things that Raphael takes from Leonardo is this particular technique called the sfumato technique. Sfumato is the careful blending of values and colors from one to another. So that transition from light to dark, from, let's say, on her cheeks here, red to flesh tone, from in the clouds, blue to white, and so on and so forth, in a way that is so smooth that you don't see any brushstrokes whatsoever. And, And also maybe a lot less outlining than had been done before by even artists like Botticelli, because prior to Leonardo and this period during the Renaissance, a lot of painting was done on walls as fresco painting. When you're doing fresco painting, long story short, what you do is you map out your painting on the wall, and then you apply wet plaster to the wall, and then you're often painting egg tempera paint into the wet plaster. And what that creates is these like almost like interlocking puzzle piece shapes, because you'd paint a small area and then, or you'd apply wet plaster to a small area, and then you'd paint over that, and you only have like maybe an hour before that plaster is fully dry to get the paint in there, because the paint kind of soaks into the wet plaster, and once it's there, it's really nicely adhered, and it won't really come off very easily. But that does kind of lead to fairly defined areas between these different shapes. Like you could literally, when you're looking at some of those works, you can see, you know, where different chunks. I mean, it's almost like a stained glass window, you know, where you have those kind of, what would they be, like metal kind of bars in between the different panes of colored glass. So you have that, and we see that in art by like Botticelli, who I'm a huge Botticelli fan, and he's on the list for sure. But let's see. Okay, so here's, you know, this famous Botticelli, The Birth of Venus. Look how you can see all of this line work all over the place. There's lines everywhere. Right, everything is just really well defined. And that's one of the, I mean, I'm a huge Botticelli fan. I'm a really big fan of his drawings in particular. I mean, just an incredible artist, incredible story. We have done a Botticelli. Didn't we do a Botticelli fan? A painting? We did do one a long time ago. I think the only one that's in Canada, actually, at the National Gallery, now that I remember that. Anyway, Leonardo's style is much more soft, less hard edges, and everything sort of just blends into one another, right? There's the edges between the figures and the background are kind of not mercury. The edges between the foreground and background elements and other elements elsewhere in the painting kind of blend together. There's less hard transitions between them, and that kind of softness is sort of seen as maybe more quote unquote realistic, less stylized, less graphic, as they might say. And so that's one of the big contributions of Leonardo, is that sfumato technique, and we see that, you know, most famously in the Mona Lisa, where, you know, people talk about her smile being enigmatic, and it's really because of that technique. Let's bring right. So when we look at the Mona Lisa, you know, oops, oh, we are really zoomed in here, aren't we? Like, you cannot see any brushstrokes in here. Even look at the eyes. There's no, like, you know, big black line here on the eye, kind of defining where the eyelid is. You know, there's no hard line where the nostrils are, or even between the mouth. Everything just sort of goes up and down. It's so soft. And one of the things that creates is when, you know, it creates a certain level of ambiguity, where you look at her mouth and some people are like, is she smiling, or is she frowning, or what is her expression? And that's because it can almost kind of appear to change depending on how you're looking at it, you know, depending on the quality of the light, how bright or dim the lights are in the Louvre or on your computer screen or your phone, right? Like, you know, this painting might look different if you're looking at your phone up from arm's length versus if you're looking at it up close, or if you zoom in or out, right? And so that is one of the things that Raphael kind of takes and runs with, right? That, and I think one of the great things, again, good or bad, about Raphael is he was like a quick learner and very shrewd. Like he was able to take what he learned from people like Leonardo and Michelangelo and take it, blend them together, and do it really well. Right? Because there was a lot of artists that were painting in the style of Leonardo or the style of Michelangelo, but it was clear that they weren't nearly as good as those great artists. Raphael was someone who was not only like really good at doing what both of those artists were doing, but he could blend those two different styles together and maybe even arguably do them better than those artists, right? So that made him like, you know, some people, that's why when he later dies, he's sort of seen as sort of like a demigod, like this guy who's just like, how does he do it? He's doing what the great artists of the past did, but arguably even better. Like, this is crazy. How is he able to synthesize, you know, the best of the best? Let's see. Oh, this is another gorgeous painting. All right, so this is very, this is both like very Leonardo and kind of Michelangelo-ish again, right? How to describe some of these things I haven't really thought of, but, and even here, like, something like that's a very Botticelli-like qualities. You can really see like just the dynamic composition, all these figures jammed in together. The space, you know, is often fairly narrow because it's almost like a bas relief, like a low relief sculpture. Like everything is right up close to the foreground, right? Mostly because like in this day, backgrounds were less, you know, backgrounds were kind of like just backgrounds. You know, there's like here in this painting here, the Parnassus, which is part of the Vatican Library. I'm sure we'll see a few more images of the same space. Like you have these trees and everything here, but it could be anywhere. It's not really any place specific, and that's very, you know, just like a lot of Leonardo's paintings. You know, behind the Mona Lisa, it's kind of this ambiguous, kind of scary, undeveloped, you know, environment in behind. Same sort of thing here. So this is the Vatican Library, and so maybe are we here at this stage? Is there anything else I want to... Okay, so Raphael's working in Florence from, let's see, what year does he go to Florence? 1504 to 1508. Maybe a little bit earlier before. So, you know, about 5-6 years or so, maybe a little bit less. He's in Florence, and he's taking Florence by storm. And people are just like, wow, like this kid from Urbino is just like, he's what, 20, he's, you know, it's between like 20 and 25, because he eventually, the Pope is like, who is this kid? I got to get him to the Vatican and put him to work here, because I can't have, you know, some, you know, perhaps maybe the best artist of his time working on the Duke's house. I'm the Pope. We got to come to my house and decorate my house, because I don't want the Duke having better stuff than me, right? So the Pope sends him a message asking him to come to Rome or to the Vatican, which you don't turn down the Pope, right? The Pope asks you to come and work for the Pope. You come to the Vatican and you work for the Pope. So that also raises eyebrows for sure, because again, Raphael's 25 years old by the time he comes to Rome to work for the Pope. And at this time, you also have Leonardo there. You have Michelangelo. I think Michelangelo is working on the... So 1508. Yeah, so basically, at the very time Raphael moves to Rome, Michelangelo is begun the Sistine Chapel ceiling. And Michelangelo becomes super jealous because for a while Michelangelo thinks he's the big tuna, right? He's the big guy on campus, the most famous, best artist around. There was always Leonardo kind of hanging around in the wings, but Leonardo is sort of famously, we talk about this, prototypical Renaissance man, someone who could do a little bit of everything, who was a great artist, but also a great mathematician and scientist and anatomist, early, one of the forerunners of modern medicine as we know it. Obviously a very famous inventor. So Leonardo was doing all these things. He was also, inventing his own paint. He painted the Last Supper, but he used this experimental method that while he's painting it, that starts flaking off the walls. So Leonardo is kind of, he's this great artist. Everyone respects him, but he's kind of like this, I don't know if you would call him an eccentric old man, but he's just not a particularly dependable guy, right? So if you're wanting to get something done, you could be like, well, I could hire Leonardo, and if he finishes it, it's probably going to be one of the greatest things any human being has ever made. But the question is, will he finish it? That's the problem with Leonardo, is that he has this reputation for starting things and then not finishing them, or things like the Last Supper falling apart while he's working on it and then just giving up and taking off, right? So Raphael comes to town, and he's got this reputation of not only being really talented and skilled, but also being able to deliver things on time, on budget. And that is that's a big deal for just think about any kind of business, if you're hiring somebody to, like right now, there's people washing the windows of the house right now, and if you hire somebody to wash the windows and you pay them in advance and they wash one window and they disappear and you're like, where did they go? And then maybe next week they come back and wash another one. You're just like, what's the deal? Like, my goodness, I don't know. This guy's like, what? So that's a little bit like Leonardo. Raphael's the kind of guy who comes to wash the windows, brings a crew of 50 people. They wash the windows. 20 minutes later, they're done. And you're like, whoa, like you guys are all done? I think you just got here. Oh yeah, no, I got a big crew. So that's Raphael, like consummate businessman, super professional, great manager of people. By the time Raphael dies in 1520, only 12 years or so after he comes to Rome, he's got the crew that he's managing of about 50 individuals. Right? That's a pretty big operation he's running. I mean, that's like 50 people. I mean, think about that. That's like probably more people than most, chain restaurants. Like, I remember one of my first jobs was working as a busboy at the Hard Rock Cafe in Calgary, Alberta, where I was born. And, it was a big operation. And probably there might have probably smaller, maybe 30 or 40 people, right? So, and that's, got cooks and managers and, service people and bartenders and barbacks and busboys like myself, hostesses, this whole operation, and somebody's got to manage that whole thing. It's similar to like a film director, like Steven Spielberg or Scorsese or Coppola, right? You've got this crew on set, and you got to kind of keep everybody busy, because as soon as like there's a little bit of time, people start getting up to hijinks and things get out of control. Raphael's known as somebody who can get stuff done. And so when he comes to Rome, he's put to work by the Pope, and he starts cranking stuff out. And the Pope is like, this guy's amazing. I can give him anything, and he does stuff. Michelangelo immediately is like, what's the deal with this kid? He's like, 8 years younger than me. So Michelangelo's in his early 30s, and here you've got this young punk, 25 years old, coming in, who's now like best buds with the Pope. And Michelangelo, kind of like Leonardo, was maybe a bit of a difficult figure, right? Like Michelangelo argued with the Pope constantly. And you can read all of the letters that Michelangelo wrote to the Pope, you know, because Michelangelo was a sculptor. He's brought by the Pope to come to Florence to paint the ceiling of what used to be the stable, the barn for the Vatican horses. Like, Michelangelo is sort of like, what? I'm not a painter, I'm a sculptor. Yeah, I've done a few paintings before, and yeah, they turn out pretty good. But give me some marble, I'll make anything you want. But you're going to make me paint the ceiling of the barn? I know you're going to turn it into a chapel, but seriously, dude? Like, man. So Michelangelo was writing back and forth. All of this is well documented, talking to the Pope and kind of expressing his frustration and how he's not getting paid as much as he want or he should be, and back and forth. Raphael is kind of the opposite. Raphael is just like, you know, I don't cause any problems. Whatever it is you want done, I'll do it. We'll figure all the money out later on. I trust you. You're the Pope. And so, of course, the Pope loves somebody like that. Somebody who's not going to cause any kind of problems, does his work, keeps his mouth shut. And that is one of the things that, again, some people loved about Raphael. Because if you commission to do something, guaranteed it's going to get done. And he's got this big crew of people that are there to help get it done. So this thing with Raphael, yeah, he's great at business. He's gets things done on time, and things look incredible, maybe even better than Leonardo, Michelangelo. But then there's also, you know, the kind of constant kind of chattering by people like Michelangelo in the background is like, yeah, but how much of these paintings is this kid actually doing? He's got 50 people working for him. Of course he can crank out dozens of paintings a month. I mean, like, probably doesn't even touch any of these things. Yeah, they look great, but, I mean, anybody can do great things when you've got a team of people doing all this. Like, Michelangelo did most of the Sistine Chapel by himself. He had a few people helping him mix stuff, but he's mostly kind of... He wasn't a very good manager, right? He wasn't very good at kind of delegating responsibilities. Raphael, really good at doing that. But, of course, that brought a lot of jealousy. And then there's all sorts of rumors of, like, how does Raphael manage to, you know, rise up through the ranks so quickly? Like, what's he doing? There's got to be some kind of sleazy, gross thing going on behind the doors there, that explains how this kid could be so successful so quickly. And, you know, one of the major rumors that starts to kind of develop is that Raphael is this kind of wild, womanizing philanderer, and he's got all these lovers, and he's really barely spending any time in his studio. He's off having all these, you know, affairs all over town, and having relationships with people's wives and all this kind of stuff. Who knows how much of that is real and how much of that is just salacious rumors that were spread by people like Michelangelo, perhaps even, right? So part of that is maybe jealousy. Maybe some of it is founded. I don't know. But Raphael is certainly able to produce incredible stuff very quickly. I mean, just like, these are incredible. Like, look at this image here. Like, super theatrical. This even, like, sort of is the gateway into works by, let's say, Caravaggio in the next generation. Like, these super, like, this image here. Can I zoom in any closer? Like, look at these figures here. Right, here's this angel appearing inside this jail, glowing, right? This is all just a painting, but it looks like so realistic, so dramatic, so beautiful. Oh my goodness, that's so beautiful. In fact, I don't even really know. What painting is that? The Deliverance of St. Peter. My goodness, that's one I haven't really spent much time looking at. Do we see the School of Athens? Is that... Okay. I think what I'm going to do here, because I'm going to talk about the last little bit of Raphael's life in a future episode here. I want to mention this painting, the School of Athens, which is 1509. So it would have been pretty much right before he made today's painting. So this painting is in the Vatican Library, or what used to be the Pope's personal library. Now this is an empty room where hundreds of thousands of tourists go through maybe every couple of days inside the Vatican. It's a very famous painting, arguably maybe his most famous painting. The School of Athens is sort of the greatest thinkers of all time all together in one room. So at the front here you have Aristotle and Plato, although I'm not sure who's who. If I should remember offhand. I think this is Aristotle and Plato, but I could be wrong. And you have, I mean, there's descriptions as to who's who in this whole thing. You have all of, and so many of these are people from ancient Greek and Roman antiquity, but also including images of some more contemporary figures, such as Michelangelo himself right at the front. And it's interesting, some people have said that this is, and you have to imagine, this is, Raphael is working on this mural at the exact same time that Michelangelo's painting the Sistine Chapel in a room just down the hall, like maybe 30 steps away. And Michelangelo's got those doors locked. He doesn't want anybody coming in there. Even the Pope's not allowed in the Sistine Chapel while Michelangelo's painting. There's all sorts of stories of Raphael kind of sneaking in there and watching, or at night after Michelangelo's left, or early in the morning. Because Raphael looks up to Michelangelo. He thinks Michelangelo might be one of the greatest artists of all time, but the favor is not returned. Michelangelo does not like Raphael. So there's been many people kind of speculate as to what the meaning is here of Michelangelo right at the very front here. Some people say that this is him sort of ridiculing Michelangelo, putting him right up front. Everyone else is for the most part with other people, surrounded by people who are admiring them or talking to them, whereas you've got Michelangelo kind of off by himself, kind of in his own world, looking down. And so some people are like, oh, he's making fun of Michelangelo. Michelangelo doesn't have any friends, and he's a grumpy guy, and no one wants to hang out with him. Possibly, I don't know. To me, I would think that's kind of a bit of a sign of respect, that he's going to put Michelangelo in the front of this picture that showcases all the greatest thinkers and artists in human history all in one place. I would think that's pretty flattering. If someone made a painting of all the greatest artists in human history in one painting and put me in the front row center, I don't know, I would think that would be pretty flattering, right? But that's not the way most historians have interpreted this artwork. Anyway, this is probably, as I said, arguably Raphael's greatest artwork, most famous piece. It's a monumental work. Let's see if these photos in this space. I remember when I visited the Vatican. I've only been through there once. Yeah, I've been through there once. There was some kind of construction going on here, so I feel like half of this room was blocked off. You could see this painting, but you couldn't enter into the room like this. It felt more like going through a hallway or something. Sepp says, Plato is the one with the long white beards. That's Plato, and that's Aristotle. Okay. Interesting. Oh, or no, here we've got... Oh, Leonardo da Vinci is Plato? You're right, and Aristotle is this one. Interesting. I didn't know he painted Aristotle or Plato Leonardo as Plato. Who knows how truthful, but it does sort of look like Leonardo for sure. Okay, we could go through all these here. So, very, very important painting. And partly, you could also just imagine Michelangelo being like, seriously? You're going to get this kid to come in and paint the murals of your personal library, the place that you probably hang out in the most, where you write your decrees and maybe you have like cigars with your poker buddies. Meanwhile, you're asking me to decorate the ceiling of your barn, right? You could imagine Michelangelo being pretty ticked off about this thing. Like, Michelangelo's got to climb up like 2 floors of scaffolding and paint on his back, paint's dripping in his face all day long. And then he sees this kid in the nice part of the Vatican Palace painting these paintings on the walls, right? And he doesn't have to, there's maybe a small scaffold, but you know, hanging out with the Pope, and it just infuriated him. Let's go to what? How come? So let's kind of, in fact, I don't even want to talk too much. You know what? Maybe this is a good moment to stop, and then I can talk more specifically about this painting when we actually talk about Madonna and Child, when we do the top half of this painting here. Maybe just before we go, though, just sort of a little bit about who these little figures are. So these little figures are considered to be putti, or kind of like little angels, often kind of confused with cherubs, but not actually a cherub or a cupid. So they're like kind of baby angels, as they're kind of known. Often like they're like literally babies, little tiny pudgy little babies with wings, who kind of fly around and observe things, help out, hold banners and paintings, and you know, to be honest, I don't even know if they're actually appear in the Bible or not. So I'm not actually sure, now that I think about it, what the actual origin of these figures are. The revival of the figure of the Putti is generally attributed to Donatello. Interesting. There we go. There we come back to Donatello, the 4th least known member of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, as was brought up earlier. So here, the revival of the figure of the Putti is generally attributed to Donatello in Florence. Donatello has been called the originator of the Putti because of the contribution to art he made in restoring the classical form of Putti. He gave Putti a distinct character by infusing the form with Christian meanings and using it in new contexts such as musician angels. Putti, which is the plural of Putti, also began to feature in works showing figures from classical mythology, which became popular in the same period. So like a lot of like Christian art, imagery, even dates and traditions, is sort of based on previous religions that have been sort of blended together, like Greek and Roman mythology, and sort of kind of taken and put into different contexts, etc. Yeah, I think So maybe just before we move on, I think it's pretty wild to, where did, this image of these little putti is often, depicted without the rest of this painting, the Sistine Madonna, in the same way that we're doing today, so we're not really helping that situation. But most people don't even don't realize that these angels are part of a larger painting, and then most people don't even know that this is a painting by Raphael, considered to be one of the most famous artists of the entire Renaissance. Which is, I think, two pretty wild things. Like, these angels arguably are the one of the most famous images in human history. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that these angels have been probably reproduced more than almost any other image ever created, and yet most people couldn't tell you who painted it. And I was watching a documentary on Raphael last week, and they were talking about, they actually had somebody kind of going around the streets of Dresden where this painting is on display. So this is what this artwork actually looks like in the Gemendal Galleria in Dresden, this kind of history art museum. You can see this giant altarpiece here on display, as it's been there for really 350 years. We'll talk about the history of this painting, because it also had a very wild history during World War II. Anyway, this documentarian went around the streets of Dresden, where this painting now resides, asking people about, and they were just showing them, like, basically what this painting will look like when it's finished, and people are like, oh, that's beautiful, like, who made it, where is it? And most people weren't able to come up with an answer. And that's in Dresden, where this probably one of the most famous paintings in Dresden. To be honest, I can't think of, I've never been to Dresden, so I don't know what other paintings are there on display in that museum. But I think it just goes to show, unfortunately, how Raphael has been kind of largely forgotten throughout art history. And so I kind of, maybe just before I move on, I just want to kind of talk a little bit about that. Like, what happened to Raphael for him to, like, how is it possible that someone who during his lifetime was considered to be arguably the greatest artist of all, and maybe of all time, considered to be a demigod by some. I mean, I don't think quite literally that they thought that he was a god or a demigod, but people were just like so amazed by his ability in sort of every facet of life, that when he died, people were in shock. And another documentary I watched was comparing him and his death to the death of Princess Diana. And I was listening to it, I'm like, really? But they were talking like, when Raphael died, he was 37. When Princess Diana died, she was 36. And it was a very, in both cases, a very unexpected death that kind of also, there's all, in both cases, rumors and conspiracy theories about what happened. But the outpouring of grief was tremendous. We all know about what happened after Diana died, like the mountains of flowers outside of Buckingham Palace. But in the case of Raphael, after he died, like, they had this, they basically shut Rome down and the Vatican down. They had this giant torchlit procession funeral. The body was like kissed and blessed by the Pope. That's something that only be reserved for a Pope. And his body was buried in the Parthenon, in central Rome, alongside like all the greats from antiquity. And the outpouring of grief lasted for weeks. regular folk, maybe who'd maybe never even seen a Raphael painting, but had heard of who he was, just the peasants and stuff were overcome with grief, apparently. I'm not sure how much they really cared, but that's the way it's been sort of told as the story goes. So how did Raphael go from that point of literally the pinnacle of art to being largely forgotten of having made maybe one of the most iconic images of all time, but people don't know it's actually by him? Well, I think a big part of that goes all the way back to the feelings that Michelangelo had about Raphael when the two of them were rivals in Rome, working almost on the opposite sides of the walls in the Vatican. That Michelangelo saw Raphael as like a bit of a pretender, as someone who was... Michelangelo literally accused Raphael of plagiarizing his own work, of saying, like, you're not capable of actually doing this painting on your own. You've got this big crew of people, and yeah, you could put 100 monkeys in a room, and eventually someone's going to write, Romeo and Juliet. But I'm the real deal. This is Michelangelo. I'm the real deal. I painted this whole thing. I sculpted the David, the sculpture that you love so much back in Florence, and you did all those drawings of. I did it by myself with little to no help by anybody else. Came out of my brain. You just go around stealing things from other people, cobble them together and blend them into something, some kind of, and yeah, it looks great, but there's no feeling, there's no emotion, there's no passion. Everything is just sort of this bland, sludge that comes out the other end, right? You just got this factory. And it kind of reminds me a little bit about the way people felt about Andy Warhol, right? So when you hear somebody cranking out this work in their studio and they got all these people working, similar comments were made about Andy Warhol 500 years later. Andy Warhol, oh, he's just this like pretender who uses projectors to trace things. He's a talentless hack who made his money as an illustrator in the fashion industry, and then decided to just leap over into making art without paying any dues. Same sort of thing with Raphael. Oh, you're just the son of a famous painter. You had all of you had it easy because your father introduced you to the Duke, and you didn't even have to climb. You woke up in the palace, and you were sort of gifted a workshop with all these other artists, decades older than you, and they were able to kind of fill in all the gaps for your own inadequacies. And then you just go around stealing, ideas from Leonardo and Michelangelo, cobble them together, and there's no unique individual, you didn't push the ball forward in any way. I mean, I would disagree with many of those things. I mean, certainly there were lots of other sons of, and I would say daughters, but women at this point, good luck breaking through that very low glass ceiling. But there were lots of other sons of famous painters who never rose anywhere near the prominence of Raphael, who also had fathers who had studios that they could have ran. And so, Raphael, was probably benefited from that and some of the circumstances around that time of, the politics in Italy at the time. But, he was able to do what other people were doing, and in many cases do it a little bit better and do it more efficiently and do it quickly. And, that's, as I said, if you think of art like a small business, which I know drives some people crazy, it's, Raphael, Raphael was like, I hesitate to come up with analogies, but kind of like the, was it Ray Kroc who took McDonald's and sort of turned it into something much bigger, who saw like, okay, I like what the McDonald's brothers are doing. Well, what if we could take this system and expand it, and then we can have not just one McDonald's, but hundreds and millions of them around the world. You know, probably if Raphael was around today, he'd probably be less likely to be making paintings and probably be designing iPhones, like what's his name? Is it Patrick Ives? Peter Ives, the main designer at Apple. You know, like I feel like Raphael would be the kind of person who wouldn't be content with just making art. He would be like, because, well, maybe I'll even get into it in the next episode, but Raphael like expanded beyond painting. He expanded into architecture, into archaeology, into poetry. I mean, into printmaking, tapestries. He had the studio and the manpower to crank all that stuff out. So I think we still to this day our vision has been clouded by some of the negative chatter that existed during Raphael's own time. Those same kinds of rumors and that followed Raphael around during his lifetime have still kind of influence the way people perceive his work today. So much so that, you know, Michelangelo has never really dipped down in terms of popularity. Michelangelo and Leonardo, you know, so you had like Michelangelo, Leonardo kind of coasting across, and then you have Raphael comes way up, right? And then kind of dips down and kind of dips up a little bit and dips down. And Michelangelo and Leonardo just keep on, you know, trudging forward. Always sort of been generally appreciated by the majority of artists and critics throughout art history. Raphael, however, to the point where, and maybe we'll get into this in the next episode, maybe I'll just bring it up here as a bit of a hint. So much so that there was a whole art movement called the Pre-Raphaelites, the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, largely based in England in the mid-1800s, that was sort of a complete repudiation of Raphael. But it was more than just a repudiation of Raphael. It was a repudiation of arguably even Michelangelo and a lot of other Renaissance artists as well, but they really keyed in on Raphael. And maybe that's all I'll say about that, because I've been talking for about an hour and a half already. But suffice to say that Raphael, his name, almost to a point, became a bit of a slur, that to be compared to Raphael would be, you know, synonymous with being a bit of a hack, a bit of a yeah, I think a hack is probably a good way of describing it. Okay, I think that's good here. Just, oh my goodness, look at all these, whoa, lots of comments. Just gonna read through some of these and see if I can answer any questions. Judith says Raphael was a Nepo baby. What does a Nepo baby mean? I've never heard that term before. Heidi says, I finally logged in and could like the channel. I saw Raphael's paintings at the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Yes. Yeah, the Uffizi, probably in the top 5 greatest art museums of all time. You must go, absolutely, if you're ever in that neighborhood. And if I recall, the best way to get in the Uffizi is buy your tickets online. That gets you right to the front of the line, which can be a long line. But this painting is not at the Uffizi. This painting is in Dresden. I can't remember which paintings. That's the other thing too, is there's a lot of Raphael paintings, because Raphael had a big studio. He was able to crank a lot of work out. Maybe in the next episode I'll just show more of his actual work. Pascal says, don't forget about Donatello. Yeah, we talked about him a little bit too. And there's Lolly there. Hey, Lolly. Lolly says, Michael, we love your long artist bios. If they weren't so interesting, we wouldn't be all sat here eagerly listening for an hour and a half. Thank you. Oh, Sep says, Nepo baby. Oh, nepotism. Okay. Haver of rich parents. Yeah. So I see what you're saying, Sep. Yeah, I mean, I think Raphael was... I don't know if his family was rich, but they were definitely well-placed socially, which, you know, is not always necessarily the same thing, right? But yeah, definitely there was some nepotism there for sure, and that was one of the things that people, you know, would cite with Raphael. It's like, oh, the only reason people like you is because you're a famous dad. But even then, his dad wasn't particularly famous. I'm sure no one in Florence or Rome knew who Giovanni Santi was, right? His father. It was probably only well known within Urbino and maybe some of the... I mean, Florence is not too far from Urbino, but obviously, generally, unless there were major circumstances preventing it, if you were good enough, you would kind of progress to the next level if you were better than you were. Then, yeah, anyway. Okay, so it's time to start painting this painting. Remember I said if I can get this episode done in 5 hours or less, this will be amazing. Well, I've just talked for 2 hours, so we might... this is going to be a longer one. Okay, so let me just see this. Do I need to do an underpainting here? I think I will. I think, you know, the way that I would paint this painting is probably I would not need to do an underpainting, because I actually did my underdrawing, my image transfer fairly dark. I must have been pressing pretty hard with my pen on that graphite paper, and I've created a bit of dark lines, but no, that's okay. Just gonna put the rest of my paint on here. I'm just prepping some paint there to mix a black. Okay. So I'm going to use my medieval torture device here. Probably way more than I need, but I don't want to have to do this multiple times. Again, people always ask about this. This is called the tube wringer with a W. Tube wringer from the Gill Mechanical Company in Eugene, Oregon. I think I've had this probably 25 years. I love this thing. I use this for like literally toothpaste in the house because it's great for just getting the last little... I mean, this tube of paint might have just looked like complete garbage. I squeezed out a lot of paint. That's way too much I need for here. And there's still probably twice as much still in here. Otherwise, I might have just thought to throw it in the trash, and I've got probably 2 or 3 more paintings left to go in here. Lolly says, drinks and snacks at the ready. We're pulling an all-nighter, everyone. And Pascal seems having connections always helps, it seems. And Sep says, yeah, maybe connected is a better word than rich. Yeah. Good points. You guys are a bunch of characters. I love it. I love it. My people for sure. Good sense of humor is important. Okay, so I got all my paints on the palette. Let's mix up a black. How big of a black? So let's just zoom in here, just so we can see how this is, how the sausage is made here. So if we're making our own black, right, we want to use cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. And the reason that works is because essentially to make a black, what we're doing is we take our cool yellow, cool blue, and mix a vibrant green. And then we mix it with the opposite color on the color wheel, which is warm red. Now we could mix cool red in here, but we're more likely to get a brownish color. Using the warm color, it's a little bit further away than this red. It's pretty much exactly the opposite. And it's a warm color, so we're kind of canceling out the cool colors with warm, right? And so what that does is it's this warm red is pulling the green in, or you could say that the green is pulling the red in. Either way, when we get an equal concentration, about 1/3 of each of those paints, they cancel themselves out. They turn into black. Now, mixing a black, you know, if you've never done it before, is a little bit tricky for sure. It's hard to get the ratios exactly correct. And you can see that I'm not using any measuring cups or scales or anything to do this. So it's always likely it's going to look a little bit off. Now that's a little bit more on the blue side. So it's a little bit on the blue side. We're just like, okay, well, we need a little bit more of each of these colors, right? That's pretty close. You'd see that I didn't just put those colors right in there because I want to make sure that I'm not just wasting a bunch of paint there. I'm putting it in as necessary. I also don't care about getting perfect black anyway. I'm really at any point, but especially at this stage because I'm just using it as to get paint on the palette here. But I do want to show, so if you're mixing and you're just like, I have no idea, is that black or what? What have I created there? Well, let's take a little brush. Let's take a little bit of this. Oh, just mix it in here. And let's mix it in with this white. And you can see it makes a gray. Now that gray does look a little bit on the blue side. It doesn't surprise me because there is a bit more blue in there. But it's pretty good. Close enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. And I personally would prefer that my black doesn't look perfectly black anyway. I like it when it's got just something a little bit different, a little bit more unique. Even if I'm doing black and white paintings, and I've done that several times. I've done, I don't know, 5 or 6 black and white paintings where I didn't use any black paint. I mixed my own black paint. And I don't know if I could, I got all these paintings all over the place. Let's see if I could find. Don't have one available. And it's actually, especially if I look away and I come back, I'm like, yeah, that's definitely more on the bluish side. But, as I said, there's ways to make it less bluey if I want. I just want to use this as a way of defining a little bit of the details of the face here so that when I paint on top of it, I'll still be able to see it. Now, I would say this is definitely not how Raphael painted. Definitely not. So anybody who's about to, that's not what Raphael did, no. Well, okay. With these episodes, it's always a bit of a balancing act between just trying to help people get a painting like this done and in trying to give it a little bit of insight into how the artist actually worked. The way that Raphael would have done this is just with hundreds of very thin layers of glaze. And it could take literally a year to work on something like this. So he would have lots of artworks on the go. That whole crew of people in a studio, they'd all be working on different things. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that probably Raphael's studio could easily have had anywhere between 20 to 50 to 100 paintings on the go at any one time. It doesn't mean that all of them are actively being worked on every day, but something like this, it might get some work done maybe every few weeks. They're waiting for a layer of glaze to dry, and then they go back and add another layer, wait for that to dry. So, and those are things that, if you were a manager like Raphael and you have this studio, do you need to be there for each one of those glazing layers? Or can you just be like, okay, this is what I want. I want you to do this. And I want you to paint this, and I want that nose to look like an actual nose. And it's going to take you probably 6 months to do it. You're going to put a new layer of glaze on it every couple of weeks. And that's, again, why some, the rumors would be like, oh, Raphael, he's never here. He's never working in the studio. He's off, having another affair. So anyway, if I was doing this on my own, all by myself, I probably wouldn't do this at all. But I'm just adding a little bit of these darker lines here. Even a tad bit of texture to help with future layers so that I'm able to see. Also, this is a pretty large painting, whereas my version here is much smaller. So for me, I'm just trying to do the absolute minimum. Before I can move on here. This is also like a good way of just sort of practicing a little bit of brushwork. In a way, like it kind of, to me, it reminds me of like a downhill skier skiing down the run before the competition. Like usually they're given an opportunity to ski down the hill a couple times before the race begins, so that they, when the race happens, it's not like it's the first time they've ever gone down it, because that could be quite dangerous, going down a course at full speed when you have really no idea what's around each turn, right? Or, you know, if you're a F1 driver or whatever it is, or a model rocking the catwalk, you know, it'd be a good idea to have walked it once or twice, so that you're like, okay, I remember where, you know, the edge of the stage is, so that when I'm walking out there, I don't fall off the front of the stage because I've never been on there. Or musicians doing a sound check, you know, that kind of stuff. So I kind of think of this a little bit like that. Like, it's an opportunity to kind of practice, just get a little bit more familiar with the layout of the painting. Kind of warm up a little bit, because I know that I'm going to paint over every single one of these lines. So here's an opportunity for me to, you know, just get a little bit more familiar with them, so that, I mean, beyond the fact that they help me see maybe through darker layers of, or more opaque layers of paint later on. It's also sometimes the texture is, and I'm not trying to apply a lot of texture or create texture here, but sometimes when the painting gets, you know, because I'm about to paint the sky over top of this, and sometimes you'd be like, oh goodness, where was the top of this wing? Oh my goodness, it's disappeared underneath blue. Well, here I can be like, okay, well actually I can, if I look at a specific angle, I can see a little bit of raised texture where that dry paint was. So that's also one of the main reasons why I do this. Pascal says, when I saw the post about this painting, I started my math and cut from the original to fit a 9x12. I have parts of feet at the top will end up like a Magritte Dali, feet floating in sky. Interesting. Actually, the lady above just fits in the 9x12 cut, but that would seem weird. Chase there, causing nightmares for everybody. Okay, let's, I think that's going to be, well, you know, I was going to say, I don't need to blow dry it, but famous last words, right? So I'm just going to quickly do. Okay. Now that we've got a little bit of underpainting done, and I would also, even though I said Raphael didn't do it, I did a little bit of it, but I would also encourage you to show restraint, because otherwise it's going to look more maybe like a Botticelli than a Raphael, which wouldn't be such a bad thing. Not so bad to be a Botticelli, but there's almost no line work whatsoever in Raphael's paintings, especially, you know, in this high point, the latter half of his life here. So just kind of be careful. Now I want to go into the background layer and paint the sky in here and establish that, the clouds and things. So let's just take a quick look again at the original. Let's think a little bit about how Raphael would have painted this. Because, you know, generally the question comes is, do you do dark first or light first? Do you work from dark to light or light to dark? And I've heard and seen both versions. I tend to personally kind of start in the middle and then work my way outwards. And I had a teacher who I remember very vividly telling me that's the stupidest way to work. And that same teacher says you should go immediately to your darkest area and put the darkest black in first. And I get it. I understand what the idea behind that is, because his thinking is that most people are afraid to go dark, to really put those dark values in. So you should do it right off the bat. And then also you've got those dark areas blocked in, and it makes it easier to see where the shapes go. And that makes a lot of sense. And I do think that the idea, most people do not go dark enough with their values. They don't push the value dark enough. I just find, I don't know, I've just always found this this makes more sense to me personally. And I don't know, I feel like I've had some success over the course of my career doing it the way I do it. So I'm not going to stop until it doesn't work, I guess. But how, in terms of the way Raphael did this, I mean, honestly, I cannot tell. He might have started with the darker ones first, but even then, where should we begin? I would think maybe, I think I want to do something with this. I think what I want to do is I want to put a bit of a blue under here, almost like a slight blue sky under this. Because I see it in here, right? In fact, maybe let's go to the original. How is he doing that? I would venture to say that blue is underneath things. We seem to have like a bit of a warmer blue up here and a slightly cooler blue down there. Okay, so I know this might not be the way that he would do it, or because I have no idea exactly how he did it, but I'm gonna take a chance that what he was doing is maybe taking his cool blue, a substantial amount of white, and then some matte medium. So I took my cool blue and titanium white. So I'm just picking off that paint that had stuck there, both because it's kind of fun to pick at that stuff, but also because often what happens is some of that flakes off into the paint, and then it starts to create little gunky things, little gremlins in your paint. They start to show up, and it just drives me bonkers. So let's put some matte medium in here. I think I'm going to put a bit more. Oh! So this matte medium is going to make the paint more transparent. Because if I just paint this cool blue and white over the background is going to be completely blue, which could be really nice, but I want to preserve a tiny bit of that yellow if I can. So I'm pretty happy with the ratio I've created here. Let me see if a different angle. So what I want to be apparent is I want some of that yellow to come through. So I want to be just transparent enough that it looks a little bit yellow. The reason also I added a bit of white in there as opposed to just painting blue on there is if I just painted this blue over top of the yellow, it would look green, right? Because blue and yellow make green, even if that yellow is dried. So that white will help overpower the yellow and keep the blue blue. And also I'm going over top of my lines a little bit in order to help create a bit more of a seamless kind of situation where there's no gaps there. Okay, I think that's actually a good amount of blue. I like how there's little bits of yellow coming through. I potentially could have made it even a little bit more transparent, but I think that's probably good enough. Talking about learning different languages. My goodness. That is tricky. I think for me anyway, I have to travel somewhere in order to give myself a reason, motivation to learn a different language. It's so hard just to learn, just practice all by yourself. And there's Snow Knight. Says, where did Snow Knight there? Lolly's saying hello. How did you guys learn languages? I want to learn too. Lolly says, I learned French and German at school. Haas learned a little bit of Latin. Oh my goodness, that is pretty cool. Chase is going to be done school in 2025, and then I'm done with school forever. Mike should learn Ukrainian. I don't speak Ukrainian. My sister learned Ukrainian when we were young, but I never did. I never did. Okay. Let's blow dry that. Snow Knight is from Bangladesh. Wow, that's awesome. I love that. What time is it in Bangladesh right now? My goodness, it must be like 2 in the morning or something. Like, or later. Maybe it's even, maybe it's sun's probably coming up over there. Well, this is I'm the wrong side of 30. Yeah, a few of us are. Okay. You know, I'm even thinking, this is technically in the foreground, but I'm probably going to tackle this before too long. Let's bring this up. This dark strip at the very bottom. Okay, we'll come. No, let's do a little bit of the clouds first. I'm like, let's jump right to the foreground and get rid of that. Just because sometimes it's hard when you got those bright yellows there. So let's do a little bit of the clouds. So to do that, let's mix a brown. That's a cool brown to start. So let's take our cool yellow. I'm just going to mix it right into this cool blue and use that. Let's take some of our cool red. Where can I paint this? Let's clean this palette off. Okay, now I'm to take my white. Good. Now that I do this, I think maybe... Okay, that's good. But maybe I should go to the darker areas a little bit first. Now that, you know, that's one of these things, like, sometimes, you know, I was like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go in and start painting the white in the clouds, and then I'm thinking, you know what, maybe I should do some of these darker shapes a little bit earlier. So I'm going to kind of just switch tactic here. I'm going to start with my I'm going to take some, maybe I should so I took some cool blue and cool yellow to make this kind of greenish color. I'm going to take a bit of black and bring that in. And then I put a bit of matte medium in here. You know, even though in the original that cool color. I'm going to add a bit of it in between these two angels anyway, even though it's not actually there. And here on that right hand side. I think that's probably good enough for right now. I'm probably going to go over top a little bit later on these. Let's blow dry that. Okay. Dry enough. So now I can paint my clouds over top of this. So previously I mixed up this color. This is my white plus a cool brown. Oops, sorry. This is white plus a cool brown that I mixed. And so that was, I mixed that over here. I just used some of this cool blue I had. It's got blue and white in it already, and a little bit of matte medium. I just took a little bit more yellow, cool yellow and cool red, mixed that together. And then I just took what was extra, put it off here on the side, and then added a lot more white in here. Now this time, instead of adding matte medium, I'm going to add glazing fluid. Matte glazing fluid, or satin glazing fluid, same thing. Because the great thing with glazing fluid is it has a chemical that slows the drying time down. So this way I can paint and then kind of buff things out if need be. Or even if I'm really unhappy, because it's got those chemicals that slow the drying time down, I could just wipe it away. Because it doesn't dry so quickly, so it gives me that little bit of time to undo things I'm not so happy with. So, let's see. I want to have another brush, another soft brush that I can use that's nice and dry, bone dry, that I can use to kind of blend things in if need be. So the purpose of doing this is to smooth out lines and try to prevent those lines from being too rigid or visible. Or I'm trying to just soften all my edges, like as if I'm applying, you know, blush on my cheeks or something. I'm applying makeup. You know, if you're putting blush on your cheeks, you don't want to just have big red spots there. You're going to look like a clown, right? You want to kind of soften those out. And you can see that I'm working in smaller areas at a time. I'm not just going all over the whole thing quickly. I'm working in little areas, blending those out. So far I'm kind of steering around the darker areas. I'll get to them as well. I notice like I'm painting over, blending even over top of some of those darker areas. Okay, so that looks great for that first little bit. Let's blow dry that. Okay, got a little bit of my sleeve dragged in there, and that's not so, I mean, I'm not super concerned about it. And I could probably just incorporate it, but, you know, if I can, you know, that's the great thing with, you know, blow drying layers like this. If I do make a mistake, if that layer below is dry, just get a little bit of water on your rag, wipe it away. Not such a big problem. I do, now that I've wet that area, I just want to blow dry again because I want this to be nice and dry. Okay, let's keep on going here. So I'm looking at building up some of the more opaque areas of white that are lighter now. So I'm pushing away from that middle. So I kind of start in the middle, and then I personally start to work outwards from that spot, right? So, you know, like what I'm trying to do is create depth in here. I want some areas to be a little bit thicker, a little bit more white, and areas where it's more transparent, and I see more of these darker areas in behind. A little bit wet there. Okay, let's continue. let's continue. In fact, maybe at this point, I'm going to put a bit more brown into the mixture for a few minutes here. Really get that little bit more brown going on. And again, the point is not to put it necessarily everywhere. We want, you know, like clouds do, they're not all consistent. There's areas where it's going to be a little bit different. That's turning out well, although I think I want to switch and darken a little bit again. And this color, I think I want it to be a bit more purpley next. So let's take a bit of let's take our cool blue, cool red. Did I just blue dried this, right? Can't remember if I did or not, now that I think about it. I think I did. I think I did. I think I did. I think I did. Get a dryer brush. Okay. Let's add more white this time. So we're kind of ping-ponging back and forth, going lighter and darker and pushing those edges. Now, it's not, you know, the sky doesn't have a huge variation of values. It's not like we have black in the sky and white. So that, you know, you might have like white and black. Most of these colors exist within a fairly narrow range here. But I've kind of started in the center and just pushing those boundaries outward. So now I'm just looking for like where would be sort of like the whitest area of the clouds. Oops, okay, so here's my blending brush. You can see it's started to dry up and become a little bit scratchy. So I'm just going to put that in the water. We'll clean that. Kind of using a bit too much paint because I'm getting a little bit impatient. There's lots to do on this painting, and I don't want to just sit here painting clouds all afternoon. So putting kind of that strong contrast there is going to help make that particular area of clouds appear, you know, more distinct. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's blow dry that. There's maybe a few more places where I'm going to put more of this white, and then I'm going to come back with a bit more of the brownish white. And I could probably do this for, honestly, like days. And I'm sure that's what was happening in Raphael's workshop. Whether he did this or not, probably not. In fact, I would be very surprised if his hand touched any of those clouds at all. It's possible. He might have done, like, you know, when I was first outlining it with a little bit of some dark areas, he might have done that and said, okay, this is where I want kind of the darker clumping of clouds to be. Then he might have then taken a little bit of white and kind of, this is where I want the highest white concentrations being. And then the rest, figure it out, guys. I'm going out on a date, right? Or that's the legend, right? That he was too busy having affairs to do most of his work. I think it's probably a stretch and a bit of slander, but that's just also, you know, good managing, right? Instead of him sitting there doing all the work himself, he could have 50 different artists working on 50 different paintings all at the same time, you know, cranking this stuff out and keeping, you know, employing a bunch of people. That's also pretty good too, right? I mean, I like how this looks right now. I'm sure it could look much better if I spent more time on it. I think I might spend, let's say, another 10-15 minutes on this max, because I like what's happening here, and I'm sure it would look better if I spent another 4 hours on it. But how necessary is it, and how much are people going to really be paying attention to that is kind of the overall question. You know, most people aren't going to be spending too much time looking at the clouds as much as maybe some artists might, you know, looking at the clouds. I think that could be one of the more fascinating parts of a painting. you can see, I'm just sometimes just putting little blobs of paint down here. Let's see if I can find another place where I could just add a bit more. Cool, I like this. Okay, blow dry one more time. Okay, I want to wrap up pretty soon here, so let's take some of this brown. Kind of had to, mostly it's dry here, so I'm just kind of scrounging around on my palette to find a little bit more brown I can use. Let's bring these up side by side so I can see where. So again, there's some areas I want to be mostly white, and some areas I want to be much more brown. And so I'm not putting this color everywhere. Okay, let's blow dry that. So I got these brushes. I was just like, they've been sitting on the palette for about 5-10 minutes, which is I should have, because I was like, I'm going to use them in a few minutes, and I haven't yet. And what ended up happening is the brush that I was using to blend, the paint started to dry on it. Instead of being a nice soft bristle, it started to kind of get a little crusty, and it turned into from like a nice soft brush into it would start to scratch if I paint like a comb or something. So a better thing to have what I should have done, just like this one I cleaned a little while ago, sits on the table, starts drying, and then I can use it again. But you want to use a dry brush for any of that blending stuff. So I think I'm liking how this looks. I like this brown in the sky. It's hard to say how much of that was actually there originally and how much of that is, you know, a varnish that is yellowed significantly. But it does create a pretty moody sky. So I think what I want to do, I could keep on, you know, as I said, I'm sure Raphael would have kept working on this for a while, but I gotta move on soon here. There's a lot more to do here besides clouds, right? And it often, as people have noticed in the past, like Paula would be on me. Where's Paula, by the way? Would be saying things like, time to move on from the background, Michael. I guess I could do a little bit more purple, I think would be kind of nice. Fairly opaque, but I think it's going to be okay. Let's zoom in here. I was going to do something there, but maybe I'll leave that mostly intact. Well, maybe let's... I realize they're slightly different colors, but I think, again, that's just time would get us there. Don't want to do any more of this purple. Maybe I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. Oh, and there's Paula. There we are. Paula says, yes, please move on to the foreground. I have hurt my back walking with a cane, an old lady. Oh my goodness, sorry to hear that, Paula. I do want to just, I think I'm almost done here. Just want to kind of add a little bit more definition in a few places here. So my main thing is just thinking, like, I can touch up this whole area endlessly to my heart's content later on. The areas that I'm kind of most concerned about would be the areas directly adjacent to the angels in the bottom. Because ideally, once I start painting them, I don't want to have to do any more work in those areas that touch the body, so that my new layer just literally overlaps and pushes whatever's in there behind, because the paint will appear to be in front of, and when something's in front of, we know that it's closer to us, right? So So what I'm doing, I'm just trying to break up any super symmetry, make sure that it's complex enough to seem kind of a little bit natural. Okay. Definitely pushing my luck glazing areas before they're, without blow drying anything. That's kind of, let's do. Okay, good enough. Okay, I like that. I mean, it could change, based upon, when we get the angels in here, and we might be like, oh, I think we need a little bit more brown, or there's too much brown, or we need a little more purple. But we'll never know until that gets there. So until we get more of the painting in place. So it's a good time to shift gears here. Okay, I think we spent long enough on the clouds for now. Let's start painting the angels and the wall on the bottom here. Or I guess this would probably be, since it's an altarpiece, would probably, I think, like the image that comes to mind when I see this artwork is that probably it was meant to be, you know, about 15 feet high, kind of above, you know, the priest, probably in behind a priest when they're delivering a sermon, so that, you know, these little angels appear to be sort of sitting, you know, probably above the priest's head, and then you could see everyone else is sort of kind of above and looking down a little bit, right? So as if they're kind of in heaven. So and we can specifically, like, you could see, you know, this area here I've just added. This is actually from another Raphael painting that I took, and I just flipped it outside, zoomed in, and put there. So because the base of that is pretty much the base of the painting itself, right? But I felt like, oh, that might be a little bit too much clouds on mine, so I raised it up and added that little thing. But, you know, it's almost as if it's supposed to be a little bit of an optical illusion, like a trompe-l'oeil, where we have, like, as if, like, those two little angels are leaning on the frame or the altar itself. Okay, so I'm just reading the chat there. Okay, what should we do here first? I am very tempted just to put... Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to mix a skin tone. Before I put white in it, I'm going to paint that down here just to obliterate that big yellow, because it's interfering with the way that I'm trying to look at this painting. And so I want to just get rid of it. So I want to make a skin tone, so we're going to take warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. I'm going to start with much darker brown, and that means adding more yellow, or sorry, more red and blue into the mixture. So it's just going to be mostly a placeholder for right now. I'm not going to worry about getting too close to the figures. In fact, I kind of want to... I'm not even... I could really... I mean, I could have painted a purple or anything in here. I'm just trying to get that space. There we go. Much better. Alex says you could use your gold to make it look like the frame is what they're leaning on. That's true. I could do that too. Let's think about it. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry that so I don't just get my sleeves all across it again. Chase says, Mike, I speak Chinese. Awesome. Well, I certainly don't, but that's would be a particularly useful skill these days. And what is I saw a Snow Knight asked Abdullah, where do you live in Bangladesh? And Abdullah says, Dhaka. So I said, I also live in Dhaka. We should meet up. Awesome. Wow, that's wild. Again, what a small world. Okay. Let's look at the original. I'm a little bit tempted to start doing the wings first, since they're the furthest thing in the background at this point, or the furthest thing away from us in the foreground, right? Because I always like kind of layering something on top of one another. So I think, yeah, we can use this same brown that I made here, just add more red to it. So I'm going to take my warm red, take this brown. So I just took my warm red and the brown. Just kind of gives it a slightly kind of dirty, reddish kind of color. And actually, maybe just before I go, I'm going to put a little bit more of that underneath the hair. See what I mean? Like, I'd much rather be able to get that background nice and done so I don't have to go back there anymore. So now I can just layer these wings right over top. Get a nice sharp edge. Also, you know, so I'm using 2 brushes here just to speed things up. Also, it helps kind of, different brushes are going to create different types of marks, right? So small brushes are great for detail work, but if I paint the whole thing with small brushes, I'm going to see lots of little fussy brush strokes. And I ideally want, and that's not a problem at all if you were painting a Van Gogh, right? Van Gogh wants us to see every brushstroke. The evidence of how it was created is immediately apparent on the surface. You don't need a degree in order to see how the painting was made. Versus, you know, painting like this, it's much more ambiguous. Trying to kind of figure out how it was made is can be much trickier. Because the style of the time was creating this, using this kind of sfumato technique that we see, that basically the way what we see in the background, that's a fairly, you know, standard type of application. I mean, it's, I guess you could call it sfumato. I don't know if it's really technically sfumato to there, but trying to kind of capture a little bit of the unevenness of these feathers and the wings. I think there's a certain amount of realism in that. Some feathers are going to be a little bit longer than others, and that's the edge. Okay. So, let me just clean up a bit here. But I think that's a bit of like a cool yellow and warm blue. So that's, I think what I've got here is a cool yellow and warm blue and cool blue, because it wasn't quite electric enough. Just mixing some warm yellow into this. Okay. Chase says, oh, you should see America. It's not wet and boring. You'd love it. Well, there's definitely some places of states that are very wet. You say, stay away from Los Angeles. It's very wet in Los Angeles probably right about now. A lot of places in the States probably right now have their rainy season, so... how did I do that? Okay, I'm going to leave the wings for right now. I think we can just move on and start painting the flesh tones. The world's gone mental. The government, Florida is pretty crazy. The government will sicken you. I don't know. I think we're all in good shape. I think people. I mean, it's worth getting upset about some things, but I think we're all going to be okay. Let's leave that there. And just remember that the media, it's their job to. Well, I was going to say it's their job. Their job is to report the news, but more so than ever, it's to sell products, right? To sell advertising, right? And how do you get people to pay attention to the news if the news is always positive, right? People, they know that when there's negative stuff on the news, people are more likely to watch the news, right? And we're all guilty of that, like if you have a choice, and they've done studies on this, there's to watch, let's say, 2 YouTube videos, and one is learn how, watch this video to find out about, to watch 2 people falling in love, right? And you're like, oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. That'd be kind of neat to see. Or learn how this, this product that you eat every day might be killing you. Like, what? I better watch. I gotta find out what's gonna kill me. Oh my God, that's way more. So, obviously, that kind of content, and I'm not saying I'm above it, but it's much easier to consume that kind of content. So just kind of, and when I was younger, I studied journalism. I was thinking about becoming a journalist, and I have nothing against journalists. Actually, some of my closest friends from high school became journalists. I think they're all out of work now. Ironically enough, becoming an artist seemed to have become a better career path. Okay, so, sorry, what I've just been doing here is I took some warm yellow, warm red, added white, and I get this very peachy kind of color. Let's see how that looks. So that's pretty good for a number of places, but I think what we want to do is just take a tiny bit of blue. And when I say a tiny bit of blue, I'm not kidding around. A little bit of blue is just going to take this from a very peachy color into a bit more of a brown color. think that's pretty good. You know, you might be like, well, I don't see that color exactly there. Well, it's because there's a lot of variations of that color. What I'm trying to find is what we call the local color. The local color is the color that an object has when it's not being modified by light or shadow or reflections from other things. So, what's an example of something I have here? Well, even, let's say, this white tube of paint, right? And you might say, well, it's just a white tube of paint. But if I was to try to paint this, you know, you could see this reflection here. That might be the only place that is actually, and this little one right here, the only places where we might actually have pure white paint. The rest of this is gray, especially when my hand gets close to there. We get a little bit of, you see there's red on the right hand side, kind of peachy colors, right? So there's a lot of colors in here, very little of which is actually white. So the local color would be white, but there's a lot of shadows and highlights on here as well. So what I'm looking for whenever I'm mixing something like this is trying to find the local color, the color that's sort of inside all of it. And then then I'm going to paint this. Now, I didn't put any glazing fluid or anything into this color. A little bit because there's parts of the body that have, like right here, where that background I painted right over the body purposefully. So my goal is just to kind of overpower those areas. And I'm even painting a little bit into the hair so that I can, you know, if there's gaps in between, so it's not just one big helmet of hair, that there's an opportunity for me to paint the hair kind of in between, or the skin in between some of those hairs. So you can see here the value of doing a little bit of underpainting, because, you know, my pencil lines are not going to hold up very well underneath this pure white. Well, they're not pure white, obviously there's a bit of skin tone, but there's a lot of white in here, and it's very hard for those pencil lines to make it through. Okay. It's okay if I get a little bit of this white underneath onto this where the brown of the is going to go, but I want to try to avoid too much down there. because colors look different when they're on top of white. Just as colors look different when they're on top of this warm yellow Imprimatura. Cool. It's great when it starts to come together. It's like, okay, we're getting there. It looks, you know, for a while it was just some clouds and some yellow angels here, and now we've got some action going on down there. Paula says, enough of me chatting. I gotta say, or Lolly says, enough chatting. I've got to say goodnight and God bless. Thanks for the chat, Michael. Thanks for another great class. I love you all and Merry Christmas, guys. Jace wants to talk about communism. Or don't get me started. Snow Knight says, yeah, I think we have to go now. See you. Bye, big sister. Bye, Abdullah, brother. Good night, you guys. Okay. Okay, what should we do next here? Well, I want to get as much of the body, like the face particularly done, so that I can then put the hair on top of that. Like ideally, these faces are almost completely done before the hair starts to come in. I mean, we can put placeholder hair, like in this case, almost a bit of like a light brown, gold, like a lot of yellow in there anyway. But unless I'm in like a super hurry, and I'm definitely not when we're now 4 hours into this. So let's look at some darker values here. And so some of the darker values that I want to capture. would be almost a slight greenish, bluish. Oops. I guess I was on the right track here. Yeah. Oh, there's Emerson. Emerson says, wow, that background looks so majestic, Michael. Thank you very much for saying so, Emerson. That's very cool. Nice to see you in the chat. Awesome. So, where should I mix this? Let's do this right here. So this is the original skin tone I made. So we're going to take more blue. And that's pretty dramatic. I usually wouldn't go that dark just yet. But you know what? Since we're, it's in the service of not spending hours on this one painting, although we already have, I think I'm just going to go with it. Because I probably would want to slowly build up to that. Where can I? I'm just going to do this over here. Might as well just keep this brush nice and clean so that when I need it again, it's ready to go. Same sort of thing. Remember all of these blending brushes that I had? They've all just been sitting here on my table, slowly drying away, and now they're all not completely dry, but dry, probably dry enough that I could use them for doing any blending. So, let's so another thing too, before I start, I'm probably gonna start doing some of the shadows, in the body. Build up a little bit of confidence, even myself. It's a great way to test, as opposed to, let's say, right on the face, where, I might be like, that was too dark, or I don't have the right color. I'm going to go for a part of the body that is maybe covered, is going to be darker in shadow anyway, like right underneath. That might be a good place, in the armpit here, right in there, where I can test out this color, see how effective it is. In fact, I'm probably going to start with a little bit more paint on there. And then I'm actually going to use a smaller blending brush to soften out my marks here. can see that was my blending brush, was actually a little bit of wet paint on there, so just gonna wipe that away with a cloth. Started drying on me a little bit faster than I expected, so I'm just going to erase that whole thing and do that again. I'll let that dry. So again, that's why it's good to kind of just practice in a little bit of an area here. Build up a little bit of confidence. This area underneath the hair, that's going to get darker as well. Just let that dry. And patience, it gets me every time, right? Okay, let's blow dry that. You know, another reason why kind of maybe just starting out with not the darkest glaze possible is it's also just starting to kind of compute as to where those darker areas are. I know it sounds pretty obvious, you know, like, oh, that's dark area, that's dark area. But when you start painting it, it takes a second to kind of see those subtleties. And so for me, it's some like just sort of like, okay, yeah, okay, now, oh, that needs to get much darker. It's a lot, always, you know, it's like, it's easier to not put as much paint on and just to kind of slowly add more than it is to put too much on and like, now I gotta lighten that area. So, as I said, like Rembrandt would have, you know, him and his studio, how much he actually painted this painting, we'll never know. But little bit of Okay, look at that. I was able to erase a little bit of paint that was on the background there. Beautiful. Okay. So let's just keep on trucking here. Maybe let's get a bit more. Oops. Just mix a darker version of this greenish brown. Catman says, hello, I just wanted to thank you for your beginner art playlist. Thanks to you, I started drawing. Yes! That's awesome, Catman. I love it. Thank you for saying so. I really appreciate that. That is really cool. I'm so glad that you got into drawing. And hopefully this is the beginning of a lifelong interest and pursuit. Keep it up. Awesome. Now that you know how to ride that bike, you got to go on some journeys with it, right? Oh, love it hearing that. Great job. Thanks, Catman. Okay, let's blow dry that. I'm going to add a bit more blue to this mixture here. So I just took some warm blue and put it right in there. Pretty bold. I need to get a little bit more paint on here a little bit quicker. And there is a lot of like blue in these shadows. So, you know, for a while, this is going to look a little bit clumsy and terrible. Right? So if you're working on this and yours looks anything like mine, just have faith. Don't give up. It's a process, right? Have to walk a fine line between musculature and keeping it as simple as possible, because after all, this is supposed to be kind of a little baby, right? And too much musculature is going to make it look, this little angel, much older. Kathy's back, says, hello again. This background looks amazing. I missed the whole lot of fun in the chat, too. Yeah, it was pretty entertaining in there. Okay, let's blow dry that. So I still feel like it's not nearly as blue enough. Put a little bit more warm blue into this glazing fluid. There we go. So slowly getting there. And again, this is probably 10 times, well, hundreds of times faster than what he would have done. So results may vary. We can't expect to recreate one of the great paintings of all time by literally one of the greatest artists of all time and make it better or even anywhere near the quality, even if we were to spend the exact same amount of time on it. It'd be unlikely that it would be anywhere near as good. So doing it within, you know, a much shorter period of time is kind of a fool's errand, as they say. So just always important to be kind to yourself when you're making art. It's a luxury. Not everyone has an opportunity to do it, and if it turns out great, excellent. If it doesn't turn out the way you want, that's okay too. Okay, so I think a few things I can do next is I'm going to paint those eyes next, or at least paint the whites of those eyes because they look kind of weird right now. Let's take some white, take a little bit of black, get a bit of a gray going on here. Brown left. Let's take a bit of, because I don't want to just put white in there for his eyes, or for their eyes. It would look very weird. John says, hi, Michael. Hi, John. I think that color is supposed to be a bit darker. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The eye color, maybe? Yeah. I mean, I'm not done. Obviously, I got a little ways to go. I'm going to put shadows over top, but again, I'm looking for that, the local color there, so that I can have some highlights and some shadows on there. In fact, actually, maybe just going to quickly blow dry that. Okay. Excuse me. Ooh, that snuck up on me. So I'm using that black, but it's a little intense. I'm just going to add a little bit of glazing fluid here and just thin it out a little bit so that I don't have... Okay, it's starting to come alive here, eh? Okay. Maybe it's time to kind of come back to these wings here. I'm going to take my black again. Too much paint on here. Can't do anything with all that paint on there. Ah, that's not on camera. Ah. Okay. Abdullah says, "Hello, sir. One of my friends says he wants to learn art, but in 1 hour. What kinds of responses should I give him?" By the way, he's also watching with me. He wants to learn how to make art in 1 hour. Well, I think about the drawing classes I have are roughly about 1 hour, hour and a half long. So that might be a good place to start. Because I think if you know how to draw, it makes painting a lot easier. So that would probably be where I would say, just try taking some of those drawing classes. Start right at the very beginning. People love that drawing class. It's got hundreds of thousands of views, so it seems like it's okay. It works pretty well for some people. But you're not going to be able to learn art in 1 hour, like just literally 1 hour. That's, I mean, it's like saying I want to learn how to read in 1 hour. I want to be able, like, to go from like not being able to read to being able to read Shakespeare in 1 hour. Can't really be done. Be nice. It's like, or learn how to speak Japanese in 1 hour. Well, I mean, that's just, that would be pretty crazy, right? So, but it takes some time, and it's really rewarding in order to just like learning a new skill. So I would suggest starting with that. John says, "Michael, I think I found my calling. It's abstract. I don't know why it kept push me to do that abstract. Even I constantly kept trying to do that landscape. In the end, abstract is always the answer." That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Trying to, you test by trying a bunch of different styles, like we're doing here in class. We haven't done much abstract stuff recently. That is true. It's probably been months, honestly, since I don't know when the last abstract painting we did was. But yeah, definitely, that's great. If you can find your calling, my goodness, that's a huge revelation. That's awesome. John says, "Feels like a ballerina." Really? What does that mean? Feels like a ballerina. Paul says, "John, you have a special calling. Enjoy." Paula says, "Please post your art in the Michael site. I love to see them. Thanks, John." On the Facebook page. Yeah, that's a good idea. The Michael site. That's what we should just change Facebook to michaelsite.com. Okay. So I think right now, so far, what I've done is I've darkened, and I think I need to do maybe a little bit of lightening. In fact, I should blow dry that real quick. Although I do want to just get this the neck here quickly. clearly decided to just keep on going a little bit here. Andre says, I'm on episode 4 of the acrylics course. I love it so far. Awesome. That's great. Cool. Nice to see you in the chat, Andre. That's so cool. Yeah, that's so neat. Okay. Abdullah says, thank you so much, sir. It was a great experience. I can't wait for the next class. Thank you, sir. Thanks for watching and tuning in. Okay, let's, I'm going to break this into another little session here. I can't believe this is only the foreground pass number 2. But basically, you know, I'm pretty happy with the background. I can't see myself doing anything there. Knock on wood, because who knows, I might just drop my paintbrush there and have to do something. I'm pretty confident with the way that the angels, the Putti, are developing here. It's slow going, but that's the technique. So really what I have to do is I need to add some highlights to their faces, highlights in the eyes, the hair, and then the bottom down here. So I'm getting close. It's not going to be exactly like the original, considering the original is, you know, has a lot more detail in there, nuance. I just can't fit all of that in my own painting, but getting close. You know, it's also very interesting as this starts to fill up, you know, there's less and less of the yellow that's visible. And now I look at my sky and I go like, whoa, it's not nearly as kind of brown as the original. And that's because before I painted all that yellow in, remember all of this was bright yellow. And so that was really influencing the way that I saw the sky. You know, I saw the sky and I thought, you know, mine, I'm like, it's pretty close. You know, it's definitely not as, I knew it wasn't going to be as brown. But now I'm like, whoa, it's like really, really blue. And, you know, that's just something that happens as we paint, is sometimes the colors appear to change, even though they're not changing. It's the area around it that changes. So that's a good reason why you don't want to just focus hours and hours and hours on one area of a painting without working on other areas, because, and especially focus on it and then like, oh, I didn't do it right, and I'm erasing and painting over. It's just like, get something in there, fill up the rest of the painting, and then it's going to become way more clear what you actually have. So, I mean, I like how things are developing here. I certainly wouldn't change the background, and I'm pretty sure that this probably is closer to the way it looked in Raphael's time, because I'm pretty sure that all of this brown here is just an old varnish that is really yellowed over time. You know, if they cleaned this painting, it would probably look a little bit different. Okay, so let's put some highlights back on these figures. They're looking kind of a little bit dour and pale. We need to get some warmth back in there. So where should we do this? Let's take our warm yellow. We'll probably need a bigger batch. Take some warm yellow. Warm, is a little bit too much red. Tiny bit of blue. We'll just put that to the side. Okay, let's now take white. Paula says, thanks, good night, bedtime's calling. And Abdullah says, bye everyone, sir, I have to go now. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. Looks like we got a whole new group of people in here, the night shift clocking in. That's awesome. A whole bunch more people. That's awesome. Okay, so let's zoom in here. So it's a fairly white kind of color there. Do a little bit of glazing with just warm red here. So take my warm red. Oops. Red glazing fluid. That's good. That brings some feeling back in there. Oops, let's just... Haast says, I like that you could see the texture of the canvas. Yeah, in both paintings, right? You can see that texture in mine, and you can also see it in Raphael's as well. And I think that's, you know, there's, in fact, you can, if you just sort of speculate, like, how much bigger this painting is, like, it really makes it seem like that canvas is actually quite a coarse texture, right? It's like, it's surprisingly coarse. It almost looks like a burlap or something. I mean, that could also be a little bit of fragmentation from the digital noise, perhaps, in there as well. But it wouldn't surprise me, just with the level of technology at the time, that fabric would have been, as I said, kind of a little bit on the more coarse side of things. So this paint here is has a bit more of a peachy kind of quality. It's got a bit of white in it that can help kind of overpower some of the other colors and just bring a little bit more fleshy kind of quality back in. Allows me to kind of clean up a little bit of the some of the sloppiness that I've got here. So that's actually makes it huge difference. I don't know how much that translates onto camera. It does make me feel like I want to go even bolder with that. I'm going to add a bit more red into this mixture that I've got here. what's this? John is saying, or John says, in here we call it microfiber canvas, depending on the linen Michael is using. Yeah, it's not linen, but canvas. I do have, I think in one of the early episodes I talked about the difference between linen and canvas. I do see a linen painting of mine way back in the corner, but I think I'm already 6 hours in. I want to try to get this painting done, so I won't divert from that. But here, I want to take a bit more of this peachy red. That's kind of nice. It does definitely gives a bit of you know, those little rosy cheeks. Just make it look a little bit more baby-like, I suppose. Oops, what's that? Just a little bit more round. I think this painting is also going to change quite radically when we get that hair in place too. That's currently something that's kind of big and missing right now. Okay, I think, I might just go back in and I wonder if I'm pushing it. just make this cheek just even a little bit rosier. Might have been a bit too much, but I mean, every time I look at it, I just see more and more stuff that needs to be done. So let's I'm going to break this up into another chapter here. So we're getting pretty close. I think what I want to do next is I want to paint the hair of the Putti, the angels, and then the foreground element here, this ledge or railing or whatever they might be kind of leaning against. As much as I mean, I could probably paint these figures for another day or two or 5 or 50 to get it more like Raphael, but got to move on, right? So let's maybe just take a look at this painting as it exists at the moment. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I mean, if they had blonde hair, I'd be done. Okay. So now we need basically kind of an orangey brown for this hair. So let's mix that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's take some warm yellow, warm red, and a tiny bit of warm blue, just so that it goes into a bit more of the brown territory. Put a tiny bit of white in there. Okay. Let's zoom in again. think these are maybe a bit too orangey, but that's okay. Let's take a bit more blue, put this in here, a bit more red. There we go. Let's put a bit of white in there as well. Maybe a bit more yellow. Oh, these little angels have very messy hair, hey? I guess they're not so concerned with such vain, human-like problems, such as, you know, how their hair is done and how they look. Right there. Above all that. Okay, let's go to the other set of the other angel here. So this should be, you know, good demonstration of why I painted over top of the hair when I was getting into this area. I kind of went quite close to the skull, to the head itself, so that I can paint this hair over top of the background. And Okay. That's looking okay. So let's do this again. Let's take our warm yellow. Warm red and warm blue. Let's make it darker brown. Put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. This paint has been on the palette for like 6 hours, so it's, you know, losing a bit of its it's turning into kind of like a syrupy texture and less, like, it's harder to be painterly when you got the paint at that, like that state. We'll try that. So I'm kind of painting the, you know, the hairs in between those lighter hairs. paint kind of building up like that. Just going to take all that excess paint off. I'm also not really looking too carefully at the original. I'm just kind of filling paint in here. You know, occasionally I kind of look up and like, oh, okay, that's... maybe it should be a little bit darker here or there. Wonder who's still watching. Who's... are there people that I know, or people who choose to remain anonymous, which is totally fine, but it's always just kind of, you know, fascinates me. I'm like, I wonder who's out there. What's going on in the world? They're very red-headed right now. Little Ronald McDonald's angels. Rub my face, and then I'm like, I probably just got paint all over my nose and stuff. I don't think so, but maybe. I just can't see it. Okay, let's just press forward here with some a darker brown even still. So I just took more warm blue, mixed it into the same brown, right? Remember, a brown is just an orange with blue, and the more blue you put in there, the darker it's going to get. So let's take that. In fact, let's just quickly clean these brushes. just going to blow dry that. Oops. Sorry, I unmuted it before I was done blow drying. That's what happens when you've been painting for 6.5 hours without a break. Your mind starts to go a little bit bonkers. Okay. So, you know, in the studio of Raphael, you could pretty much bet that he would have had, you know, a few people who just specialized in hair like this, and kind of creating a bit of an assembly line kind of workflow, in that, you know, somebody might do the eyes and just go painting to painting, doing eyes. And then you'd have another person who's tasked with doing all the hair. And maybe not all the hair, just like highlights of hair, or just establishing the general hair color. And then someone else would come in and tackle that. You know, like a really, like, as I said, kind of when I was talking about Raphael's biography, you know, just a very astute manager, organizer of people, allowed him to get a lot of work out of that studio very quickly. You know, and so it's the same sort of thing even today. You know, people, artists like Damien Hirst or Jeff Koons, artists who are kind of famous for having a whole crew of people, hundreds of people even at times, working on large projects. And some people, particularly like students, I guess, tend to kind of look very derisively at that. Like, he's just making McDonald's burgers now. He's He's not even really an artist anymore. He's just cranking out stuff for the market. And I get it. Like, I get the why people might feel that way. I think, though, as you get a little bit older, that idea of selling out is less one becomes less rigid in the rules they have for themselves, or maybe even more hardened, I guess, potentially as well, right? On camera, this also appears much brighter and more orangey than I can assure you it actually is in person. Okay, let's blow try that. I think what I'm gonna do is do a little bit of glazing some of this black. Like, so for instance, in his painting, see how like the skin just sort of bleeds up into the hair, and there's not really a distinction between the two. That's, you know, trademark sfumato technique, right? Where the edges are blurred. We can't make a distinction between one thing and another. Whereas mine, I could still do it, but it would take me a little while to pull this off. And even ideally, I probably would have done a little more work on the skin before I even got to this stage in order to get that to function that way. Okay. Getting there, getting there. Oops. Come on. Oops. Okay, what's going on here? Got my thumb on the wrong button. Not super happy with the expressions on these. I'm going to probably do a little bit of touch up there in a moment. Let's focus on the bottom down here, and I might just make it a solid just for the sake of wrapping things up on relatively soon here. I might just create a dark brown. Okay, I'm just going to show this here. In order to get this line reasonably straight, I mean, I could use tape. Maybe I even, well, no, let's not use tape. Or should I use tape? Maybe let's use tape, actually. Just to speed this whole process up. Just double check how straight that actually is. Perfect. I'm just gonna, rather than using matte medium to try to get a nice sharp line, I'm just gonna paint over this and pull the paint brush towards me to try to prevent the paint from going underneath the tape. Let's blow dry this. And there's Barbara says, "Good morning, everyone." Beautiful painting, Michael. Good morning, Barbara. Still painting away here. Almost done, though. Not too happy. There's a kind of a ridge line in here. blow dry that. We'll do that one step at a time. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing, what I've just did. This is what happens when you start getting a little bit impatient and you start kind of getting a little bit silly. Oh no. Oh. Okay, let's just blow dry that and then we'll fix it. Unless I can salvage it somehow. Are you insane? What are you doing? Okay, let's just be a little more patient here, and we'll get it wrapped up, Michael. You just I'm just, let's peel this off. Okay. Let's see what we got. Tape off. Okay. I'm going to quickly blow dry that, and then we'll do some finishing touches here. Barbara says pulling the masking tape off is the best bit. Best bit. It is pretty satisfying, isn't it? Okay, we're pretty close. I just want to do a few last little details like highlights in the eyes. I even hesitate to say I'll do anything else. All I can see is things that need to be done, but I think I'm running out of gas here, so I'm going to probably wrap up pretty quick. So let's look at the original. And this. Let's zoom in. There's tape stuck to me somewhere. I keep hearing it. Or is that just my tag? Okay, I thought that was tape stuck to me. I mean, this bar down here, it's... I don't know if it quite suits this painting. I almost feel like it should be... There should be more texture. That line is just so solid. It doesn't quite fit in. But, you know, I think it's going to be okay. Lolly says, don't forget to like and subscribe, everyone. I appreciate that. Oh. Okay. Oh, let's focus. Focus. Where's my... Wait, oh, there it is. So let's put... I'm not too happy with that. Again. Ah, okay, I see what it is. It's probably pretty hard to see, but the little hook on this brush. Like, why can't I get? So I kind of want this dot to be. I keep putting it. Like, yeah, no, it's not in the right place. That's better. I know it seems kind of ridiculous, but you should be in not necessarily the exact same place, but in a similar place. I do feel very compelled to glaze a little bit with some white here. Sorry, just before I do that, I'm just gonna clean this brush up a few things. Keep my tools clean, so if I want to use them, I have them available. getting impatient, and that's when you're gonna get in trouble, when you paint over wet glaze. Oh, Michael. You'll never learn, will you? Barbara says, Michael, I just want to say how much I appreciate your work, your good humor and enthusiasm. I wish you and your loved ones a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Barbara. That's so sweet of you. Lolly says, Michael, you've done a proper overtime shift with this one. If anyone deserves an Xmas break after all this, it's you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Lolly. Okay, let me just try to get this in here. See how it's just painting? Okay. Okay, gotta blow dry that. Barbara says, I can't believe I've been in this wonderful group for less than a year. It feels like I have made friends for life. Aw, that's so cool. And Lolly says, I know, Barbara, I can't believe you've been in this group less than a year and you've been producing paintings like a pro. Pretty amazing stuff. Wow. You guys are so supportive. What wonderful people. It's so cool. Wow. So, I'm just barely modifying this painting with a very light glaze. Just little touch-ups. know if that eyebrow's actually there. I'm gonna put it there though to give that little bit of a raised eyebrow kind of thing going on. I mean, this is kind of like my favorite part of doing a painting, as frustrating as it might seem, or as unentertaining as it may seem, because the progress seems almost like imperceptible, but it is super satisfying getting to this area where I'm just putting brush strokes on that are almost entirely invisible. Like for me, everything is kind of leading up to this. But not every artist feels this way, and that's why different movements began. As some people really like the first phase of making a painting, where it's like, you know, you're being very expressive with the paint, and you're like splattering paint like Jackson Pollock. Well, are we there yet? This is pretty wild. I don't know. I think that's probably good enough. Okay. Okay, we have arrived to the end of another episode. We are just going to do a quick little side-by-side comparison and see how they turned out. It's been a long session. Just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you want to support the channel, that's the easiest and the free way to do it. 70% of the people that watch these videos are not subscribers. If even a small percentage of those people subscribe, that would literally change my life. So I would really appreciate that. Having said that, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link down below. You can donate through Super Chat while we're live. Or you can send an e-transfer via email or a check in the mail by contacting me through my email address. My email address is on the Facebook group and on my website. Those links are down below. So let's take a look. Here's the original. And come on. And then there's my version. Okay. It is a little bit brighter on camera than it is in person. And, you know, as soon as I do this, I can immediately... I'm not usually painting at this hour. That's why. So, you know, I feel like this could be darker under his body there. By having it a little bit lighter like that, it does make it look like his chest or the breast or something there. So, in fact, I am just going to quickly take a bit of black. Ooh. Just darken that down a bit. I feel like I could do this for hours, just keep on doing more and more and more. I think the good thing is just to stop. Okay, so, you know, looking at these, maybe let's zoom in so they're about roughly the same size here. You know, there are significant differences, obviously. You know, the sky is much more blue and less yellowy brown as the original, but I think partly that might be the varnish that's applied over there. And that's, you know, that varnish will yellow over time, so maybe this painting's in need of cleaning, or maybe it's been cleaned and just the photo that's online is an older photo. I like how the clouds turned out. They are different, as I said, but I think they look pretty good. It, you know, it has a brighter, more vibrant quality than the original. Let's see, the Putti, the angels, as you know, the hair that I've got here is much more orangey, reddish. They look like redheads here, as opposed to kind of blonde in the original. That wouldn't be too hard to fix even right now, but I've just told myself I'm not going to do anything more. But I also don't mind it like that. I think that's okay. The expressions on both of them in the originals look a little bit more kind of cheeky. Like this one here on the original, I think has maybe a better. Mine looks a little bit. They both look a little bored. In mine, to be frank, they don't look maybe as innocent or kind of goofy. Mine sort of look like bored teenagers. Like, how much longer do we have to wait here? This is so boring. What else? Let's just zoom in on things a little bit here. Come on. So let's just take a look at the angel on the left to start. I mean, pretty close. I mean, again, we're talking like Raphael would have used hundreds of layers of glaze, and you know, I've got maybe 6 or 7 here. So the more and more glazes I do, the more refined it's going to get, the more subtlety we can get. So. But I am happy with the way that like the wings turned out. I think that's okay. You know, especially some of the detail in the face, but you know, this is, again, it's a little bit tricky. Let's go here. even the way, I guess in my painting, the angels, their eyes are both looking towards the same area. Somewhere just off camera, up and to the right, center right, I think is where they're kind of looking. In that area right up here. Although in Raphael's, this angel appears to be looking closer to up here, kind of not really sure where it's looking. You know, these fingers are a little kind of, they remind me a little, they got a little bit of Picasso thing going on as opposed to a Raphael thing. That's okay. Maybe the wings could have been darkened a bit. But, you know, this is more my own style coming through. You know, I'm not really going to fight that at all. Let's just take a look at the clouds as well. So I think these clouds actually turned out pretty good. I like the subtle effect there of having, you know, all these different layers of paint coming through, and I think it's, you know, it could be maybe, like, my sky is kind of bright and joyful. It could be a little bit more grayish, in fact, as the more I look at it. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with a little, you know, making something a little bit more joyful than it really is, perhaps. Same sort of thing there. I don't know. I think it's okay. I think it's good enough. It's one of those instances where, again, I'll probably feel a lot better about it as time goes on, and I'm not sitting here looking at the original and comparing them back and forth, and thinking about all the ways that I missed, and just being able to appreciate this artwork on its own for what it is. Okay. Well, thank you. Wow, look at all those comments. Everyone wishing Merry Christmas. I think there might be one more before Christmas. Well, he says, your angels look deep in thought, Michael, like they're contemplating the meaning of life or something equally deep. They're definitely cute, though. I appreciate that. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Barbara says, Merry Christmas, mate. This is the best way to spend the holidays. Thank you. Wow. Okay, you guys, have a wonderful evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. I am so grateful to have an audience like yourself, and I can't wait to celebrate the new year with you and to continue painting together in 2025. Is it 20? No. What year? I don't even know what year it is. What year? 2023. 2020. No, 2024 is next year. I don't know. I've been painting. My brain is melted. It's 8 hours in. We'll figure out what year it is in another episode. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you again very soon. And let's see what you've done. Post it to the Facebook group. Okay? Good night, everybody. Oh, my goodness. What is going on with my brain?